The Stockholm concert hall gleamed in the December sunlight, its neoclassical facade a testament to timeless excellence. As I prepared to deliver my Nobel lecture, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought me here, a path marked by betrayal, persistence, and the remarkable tendency of science to reveal its secrets to those patient enough to listen. 5 years earlier, I had stood in a very different setting, the emptied laboratory of Mitchell Rhodes Pharmaceuticals, watching as security guards carried out boxes of research materials. Daniel Mitchell, my research partner of 8 years, supervised the process with clinical efficiency. "The partnership agreement is quite clear, Dr. Rhodes," he had said, his voice carrying that familiar note of academic condescension. "All mainstream research materials and patents belong to the majority shareholder. You can keep your side projects and failed experiments." Those failed experiments consisted of years of research into what I believed was a revolutionary approach to treating autoimmune disorders. The preliminary results hadn't matched our expectations, leading Daniel to dismiss the entire line of inquiry as wasteful. But I had seen something in the data, subtle patterns that suggested we were looking at the problem from the wrong angle. "You're welcome to them," he had added with a dismissive wave, "though I doubt they'll help you recover from bankruptcy." He wasn't wrong about the bankruptcy part. Our company's financial troubles had given him the opportunity to invoke clauses in our partnership agreement that effectively stripped me of everything except my personal research, the projects he had deemed worthless, the mainstream research, the promising drug candidates, the valuable patents. All of it now belonged to him. I had watched them dismantle the lab, carefully noting which materials they took and which they left behind. Daniel's team was thorough in claiming anything related to our conventional drug development program, but they ignored the cabinets containing my autoimmune research materials. Their oversight would prove monumentally significant. That evening, after everyone had left, I sat alone in the nearly empty lab. The remaining equipment and materials represented less than 5% of our original resources, but they included something priceless, the complete dataset from my supposedly failed experiments, along with all the biological samples and preliminary compounds. I opened my laptop, one of the few pieces of equipment that was legally mine, and began reviewing the data for the 1000th time. The patterns were still there, teasing at the edges of understanding. The drug compounds we had developed weren't failing. They were doing something entirely unexpected. Traditional autoimmune treatments focused on suppressing the immune system's overactive response. My compounds appeared to be doing something different. They were modulating the immune system's behavior in ways our standard assays hadn't been designed to detect. I worked through the night, cross-referencing data points and reviewing cellular response patterns. By morning, I had formulated a new hypothesis. What if we had accidentally discovered a way to reprogram the immune system's recognition protocols rather than simply suppressing its activity? The implications were staggering, but proving the hypothesis would require resources I no longer had: the sophisticated testing equipment, the funding for clinical trials, the support staff. All of that had been stripped away along with my professional reputation. I began reaching out to former colleagues, but Daniel had been thorough in poisoning those relationships. Dr. Rhodes is pursuing outdated theories, they had been told. Her inability to accept negative results led to our company's financial difficulties. Most doors closed before I could even present my new findings. The few who did listen were sympathetic but unwilling to risk their careers on what seemed like a desperate gambit by a discredited researcher. Finally, I contacted Dr. Sarah Chen at Stanford's Institute for Immunity Research. She had been a mentor during my postdoctoral work, and her integrity was beyond question. More importantly, she had always emphasized the importance of following unexpected research outcomes. "Send me everything you have," she said after listening to my explanation. "And I mean everything, especially the failed trials and anomalous results." I spent 3 days organizing my data, ensuring every experimental detail was properly documented. The package I sent her included not just the successful trials, but every failure, every unexpected result, every observation that didn't fit our original hypotheses. 2 weeks later, she called. "I need you to come to Stanford immediately," she said, her voice tense with suppressed excitement. "Bring any remaining samples you have. And Catherine, don't talk to anyone about this." The flight to Stanford felt like crossing a threshold. Behind me lay the ruins of my career and reputation. Ahead, perhaps, lay vindication, but more importantly, ahead lay the possibility of turning a scientific failure into something that could help millions of patients. Sarah met me at her lab, her usual professional composure barely containing her enthusiasm. "Look at this," she said, leading me to a microscope. We replicated your experiments using more sophisticated imaging technology. Watch what happens to the T cells when exposed to your compound. The images on the screen showed something remarkable. The immune cells weren't being suppressed, they were being reprogrammed, their surface proteins reconfiguring in ways that suggested a fundamental shift in their recognition patterns. This isn't just another immunosuppressant, Sarah said, her voice filled with quiet awe. This is something entirely new. You found a way to teach the immune system new rules of engagement. We worked through the night, reviewing data and designing new experiments. By morning, we had outlined a research program that would properly investigate the mechanism I had accidentally discovered. We'll need funding, Sarah acknowledged, but I have connections with several research foundations. Once they see this preliminary data. She paused, studying me carefully. Catherine, do you understand what you've discovered here? This could revolutionize the treatment of not just autoimmune disorders, but potentially allergies, transplant rejection, even certain types of cancer. I nodded, my throat tight with emotion. I know, I've known for years, I just couldn't prove it with the tools I had. Well, she smiled, now you have the tools, and more importantly, you have a partner who can see the value in failed experiments. The next few months were a blur of grant applications, experimental design meetings, and careful documentation of our research protocol. Sarah's reputation opened doors that had been firmly closed to me, and her institute's resources allowed us to explore aspects of the mechanism that I had only theorized about. Each new experiment confirmed my original hypothesis while revealing additional layers of complexity. The compounds weren't just modulating immune response, they were establishing new immunological memory patterns that could potentially create long-term disease remission. As our understanding grew, so did interest from the medical research community. Preliminary papers were published, conferences invited presentations, and funding began to flow more freely. Daniel, meanwhile, had taken Mitchell Pharmaceuticals in a more conventional direction, focusing on incremental improvements to existing drugs. The company was profitable but unremarkable, producing nothing that could be considered genuinely innovative. He remained unaware of our progress, having dismissed my research so completely that he didn't even monitor publications in that field. His focus was entirely on the mainstream drug development programs he had acquired in our split. The breakthrough came 18 months after my arrival at Stanford. Late one night, as Sarah and I reviewed the latest trial results, we saw something that made us both catch our breath. The long-term follow-up data showed complete disease remission in 94% of test subjects, with no sign of relapse after 2 years. This is it, Sarah whispered. This is what medicine has been waiting for. I nodded, thinking of all the patients who might benefit from what had once been dismissed as a failed experiment. Sometimes, I realized, the most important discoveries come not from success, but from paying attention to what others consider failure. The publication of our findings in Nature Medicine created immediate waves throughout the medical research community. Our paper, titled Novel Immune System Reprogramming in Autoimmune Disease Treatment, presented comprehensive data demonstrating the mechanism's effectiveness across multiple conditions. Within days of publication, our laboratory received inquiries from major research institutions worldwide. The data was revolutionary, showing not just symptom suppression but actual disease remission through targeted immune system reprogramming. The WHO committee wants to fast-track clinical trials, Sarah announced one morning, reviewing her emails. They're calling this a potential paradigm shift in autoimmune disease treatment. The significance of our discovery became increasingly apparent as other laboratories replicated our results. The compound wasn't just effective, it was remarkably safe, with minimal side effects compared to traditional immunosuppressive therapies. Daniel Mitchell finally became aware of our work when the pharmaceutical industry's major players began approaching Stanford about licensing opportunities. His attempt to claim ownership of the research through our old partnership agreement was swiftly dismissed. He had explicitly relinquished rights to these failed experiments in documented correspondence. The Phase 3 clinical trials exceeded even our optimistic expectations. Patients with severe rheumatoid arthritis showed complete remission. Multiple sclerosis progression halted and reversed in 89% of cases. Lupus symptoms disappeared entirely in 92% of participants. The FDA granted accelerated approval based on the overwhelming evidence of efficacy. The first commercial treatment, named Immunoplex, became available to patients 2 years after our initial publication. Letters began arriving from patients and their families. A young artist with rheumatoid arthritis could hold her brushes again. A teacher with multiple sclerosis returned to the classroom. A teenager with severe lupus was planning for college instead of managing constant hospitalizations. Dr. Rhodes. One letter began. For 20 years I lived with pain that no one could cure. Your medicine gave me my life back. Thank you for not giving up. The pharmaceutical industry took notice. Major companies competed for licensing rights, leading to a bidding war that ultimately resulted in a partnership that ensured broad access to the treatment while maintaining research integrity. Sarah and I established the Rhodes Institute for Immunological Research, funded by licensing revenues and dedicated to exploring additional applications of our discovery. We assembled a team of researchers committed to investigating unexpected results and challenging conventional wisdom. 3 years after our initial publication, the call came from Stockholm. The Nobel Committee had selected our work for the prize in physiology or medicine. The citation praised not just the scientific breakthrough but the persistence in pursuing promising results despite institutional skepticism. As I prepared for the Nobel ceremony, an invitation arrived from an unexpected source. Daniel Mitchell requested permission to attend, expressing what appeared to be genuine remorse for his earlier dismissal of my research. You should invite him, Sarah suggested. Success is the best revenge, but forgiveness might be even better. The ceremony itself was surreal. The grand hall was filled with the world's leading scientists, dignitaries, and medical professionals. In the audience, I could see Daniel, his expression a complex mixture of regret and admiration. My Nobel lecture focused not just on the scientific breakthrough but on the importance of questioning apparent failure. In science, I explained, what we initially perceive as failure often contains the seeds of unexpected discovery. Our responsibility is to look deeper, to question our assumptions, and to remain open to possibilities that don't fit our preconceptions. The data I presented showed the expanding applications of our discovery. Beyond autoimmune diseases, the technology was showing promise in treating allergies, preventing transplant rejection, and even modulating immune response in cancer treatment. After the ceremony, Daniel approached me. I was wrong, he said simply. I was so focused on conventional success that I couldn't see the revolutionary potential in front of me. The science was always there, I replied. It just needed someone willing to look past apparent failure to see the truth. Our conversation was brief but significant. He had achieved moderate success with conventional drug development, but nothing approaching the impact of what he had dismissed as worthless. The Rhodes Institute continues to expand our understanding of immune system modulation. We've established a special division dedicated to investigating unexpected experimental results, ensuring that no promising discovery is overlooked due to preconceptions about success and failure. Today, as I mentor young researchers, I emphasize the importance of questioning apparent failures. Look deeper, I tell them. Sometimes what seems like a dead end is actually a new beginning. Your job isn't just to conduct experiments, it's to listen to what the data is really telling you, even when it doesn't match your expectations. The original laboratory notebooks from those failed experiments now reside in a special collection at Stanford's Medical Library. They serve as a reminder that scientific progress often comes not from following established paths but from having the courage to explore unexpected directions. Last month, I received a letter from a young researcher at MIT. She had encountered resistance to her unconventional approach to protein folding analysis. Your story inspired me to persist, she wrote. Thank you for showing that today's failed experiment might be tomorrow's breakthrough. The letter now sits on my desk at the Institute, next to the Nobel medal and the first patient thank you note we received. Together, they remind me that science is not just about being right, it's about being willing to look deeper when others have stopped looking. Daniel occasionally sends updates about his work, and we maintain a cordial professional relationship. He's become an advocate for investigating unexpected research outcomes, having learned firsthand the cost of dismissing potential breakthroughs. The Institute now hosts an annual conference on revolutionary failures, bringing together researchers to present unexpected results that might contain hidden breakthrough potential. It's become one of the most innovative gatherings in medical research, generating collaborations that cross traditional boundaries. As I conclude each year's conference, I share the same message. In science, there are no real failures, only results we haven't properly understood yet. Our job is to keep looking, keep questioning, and keep believing in the possibility of discovery. The Nobel Prize was validation, but the real reward comes from patients whose lives have been transformed by our discovery. Their stories remind me that scientific breakthrough isn't just about professional success, it's about making a difference in people's lives. That empty laboratory where Daniel left me with my failed experiments is now recreated in a display at the Institute. It stands as a testament to the power of persistence and the importance of looking beyond conventional measures of success. The future of medical research lies not just in well-funded laboratories and sophisticated equipment, but in the willingness to question failure and explore unexpected possibilities. Every day, somewhere in the world, a researcher looks at disappointing results and faces a choice: accept failure or look deeper. I hope they look deeper, because sometimes, in what others dismiss as worthless, lies the key to changing medicine forever.
The crystal chandelier above us probably cost more than my first apartment. It cast a glittering, unforgiving light on the assembled crowd, each sequin and diamond vying for attention. My name is Victoria, and for the past 7 years, this has been my life: a supporting role in the Spencer Family Opera. Tonight was their annual foundation gala, a monument to their self proclaimed generosity, and I was, as usual, the slightly embarrassing, out of place prop. Still playing with your little charity cases, Victoria, dear? Edith's voice, sharp as a shard of glass, cut through the polite murmur. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. It rarely did when she looked at me. She patted my arm with perfectly manicured fingers, the diamonds on her rings winking. My son needs a partner who builds empires, not soup kitchens. I kept my own smile firmly in place, the one I'd perfected over years of her casual cruelties. The Global Harmony Foundation is doing quite well, Edith. We're making a real difference. "Oh, I'm sure you are, dear," she said, her tone dripping with condescension. She turned to Mrs. Albright, whose husband owned a shipping conglomerate. "It's so important for young women to have hobbies." Mrs. Albright offered a tight, sympathetic smile in my direction before Edith steered her away, already launching into a monologue about Benjamin's latest supposed triumph. My husband, the man who, at that very moment, was across the room schmoozing with some potential investor, blissfully unaware, or perhaps willfully ignorant, of the daggers his mother so expertly threw. He'd heard variations of that soup kitchen line 100 times. He'd never once defended me. Not really. A quiet, "Now, mother," muttered long after the damage was done, didn't count. The air in the ballroom was thick with more than just expensive perfume and the scent of lobster bisque. Whispers slithered through the crowd, little currents of excitement and speculation. "Did you hear? Spencer Consolidated was on the brink. A complete unknown. Some angel investor. Millions, darling, an absolute fortune out of nowhere." I took a slow sip of my champagne, the bubbles doing little to lift the familiar weight in my chest. Spencer Consolidated, Benjamin's legacy, his birthright, had indeed been teetering on the edge of a very public, very messy collapse, and it had, just hours ago, been saved by an anonymous, multi-million-dollar bailout. Edith, of course, was already spinning it as a testament to Benjamin's brilliance, his ability to attract investment even in these trying times. She had no idea. None of them did. I watched her across the room, holding court, her laughter loud and confident. She was practically glowing with smug relief. Benjamin caught my eye and gave a small, almost apologetic grimace before turning back to his conversation. He probably thought I was upset about another one of Edith's barbs. He had no concept of the scale of things. For years I'd swallowed her disdain, his passivity. I'd poured my heart, my intellect, and every spare moment into building something meaningful, something that wasn't about inherited wealth or social climbing. The Global Harmony Foundation, my little charity cases. They'd dismissed it, ridiculed it, treated it as a quaint distraction for the wife who clearly wasn't ambitious enough for their gilded world. The irony was so rich, so potent, it was almost suffocating. A server offered me another canapé. I declined. My appetite was for something entirely different tonight. Edith's voice carried again, louder this time, addressing a small circle of her cronies. "It just goes to show, true power, real influence, it's in our blood. Benjamin has it. He always pulls through." I saw her glance my way, a flicker of triumph in her eyes as if to punctuate her earlier point about empire builders. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched my lips. It wasn't the polite, practiced one. This was different. This was the smile of a predator who had patiently waited, who had watched her prey grow fat and complacent. She has no idea, I thought, the champagne flute cool against my palm. But she will. Oh, she absolutely will. Tonight. The orchestra swelled, signaling the start of the formal program. People began to drift toward their tables. Benjamin finally detached himself from his group and made his way over to me, his expression a mixture of relief and forced bonhomie. There you are, he said, taking my arm. Mother being. Mother? As always, I replied, my voice even. Don't let her get to you, he said, his standard useless advice. Tonight's a big night. We're saved, Vic. Can you believe it? Some anonymous hero. He squeezed my arm. We can finally breathe. I looked at him, really looked at him. The relief was genuine, but so was the complete lack of curiosity about where this miracle had come from beyond the abstract idea of a benevolent stranger. He was already moving on, thinking about the future, his future built on a foundation he didn't understand. It is rather incredible, I agreed, letting him lead me towards our table, front and center, the Spencer family table. The stage was set, quite literally, and the star of tonight's show wasn't going to be who they expected. Quinn, my father in law, nodded curtly as we sat, his face a mask of stoic relief. He was a man of fewer words than Edith, but his disapproval of my unconventional pursuits had always been just as palpable. Tonight, however, even he seemed too preoccupied with the company's salvation to spare me more than a passing glance. The entire family was radiating a desperate, almost manic joy. They thought they'd dodged a bullet. They had no idea they'd walked right into my carefully laid trap. The Global Harmony Foundation hadn't started as a weapon. It began 5 years ago, born from a frustration so deep it felt like a physical ache. I just returned from a trip, one of those find yourself things I'd insisted on before fully succumbing to the Spencer vortex. I'd seen things, real poverty, real suffering, but also incredible resilience. I came back fired up, full of ideas. I remember trying to explain it to Benjamin over dinner at one of his parents' ridiculously oversized homes. It wouldn't just be about handouts, I'd said, my voice earnest. It would be about sustainable solutions, empowering communities from the ground up. We could focus on clean water initiatives, maybe develop small scale renewable energy tech for remote villages. He'd swirled his wine, a 1982 Bordeaux that probably cost more than the initial seed money I was dreaming of. That's ambitious, Vic. He didn't look at me. He was looking at his father, Quinn, who was pontificating about a new acquisition. Edith, however, had honed in immediately. Darling, that's what the UN is for, isn't it? Or those dreadful telethons. You should focus on chairing the museum benefit. Much more suitable. She'd smiled, that tight, dismissive curve of her lips. Leave the heavy lifting to the professionals. Benjamin had finally chimed in, a placating hand on my arm. She means well, Vic. It's just, it's a bit out there, isn't it? My focus needs to be on Spencer Consolidated. That's our future. This, this is a nice hobby for you. A hobby. That's what they'd all called it. My little project. Even as GHF grew, slowly at first, then with gathering momentum, their attitude never changed. They never asked, never showed genuine interest. It was easier for them to keep me in that box, the well meaning, slightly naive wife with her charitable dabblings. What they didn't know, what I'd meticulously kept hidden with the help of Malia, my fiercely loyal CFO, and my oldest friend, was that GHF wasn't just about handing out grants. My small scale renewable energy tech idea, it had blossomed. We'd accidentally, through sheer grit and some brilliant young engineers I'd headhunted, developed a revolutionary, low cost solar panel material and a water purification system so efficient it was almost miraculous. We patented them, we licensed them, quietly, globally. The revenue was staggering, and every penny, every single dime, was funneled back into GHF, growing its endowment, expanding its reach, and more recently, building a discreet investment arm. An investment arm that was now, ironically, the anonymous savior of Spencer Consolidated. Back at the gala, the soup course had arrived. Benjamin was picking at his lobster bisque, his earlier euphoria tinged with a nervous energy I recognized. He kept glancing towards the podium, then around the room, his jaw tight. He was relieved, yes, but the unknown benefactor, the sheer scale of the bailout, it clearly unsettled him. He liked to be in control, or at least to project the illusion of it. This? This was out of his hands. He caught me watching him. You okay? He mouthed. I nodded, offering a small, reassuring smile. The kind, supportive wife gives. He still had no clue. The man I'd married, the man I'd once believed would be my partner in all things, was so blinded by his family's expectations and his own ambition that he couldn't see what was right in front of him. Or rather, who? My phone vibrated discreetly in my clutch. I slipped it out under the cover of the tablecloth. A secure message from Malia. Phase 1 complete. The anonymous funds are untraceably in their account. Your timing for Phase 2? My fingers flew across the screen, my heart hammering a steady, powerful rhythm against my ribs. This was it. Years of planning, of enduring, of building in silence. It all came down to tonight. I typed back a single word: showtime. The main course arrived, a filet mignon that looked as expensive as it probably was. I pushed the food around my plate, my appetite still non existent. The real feast was yet to come. "Excuse me for a moment," I murmured to Benjamin, dabbing my lips with a napkin. He barely registered, already deep in conversation with a portly man whose tie was slightly askew, a banker, I presumed, now probably much friendlier than he'd been a week ago. I rose and began a slow circuit of the room, a polite smile fixed on my face. The air was electric. "No one seems to know a thing, completely out of the blue," a woman with an elaborate feather fascinator exclaimed to her companion. "My sources say the terms were surprisingly ethical," a man with a sharp suit whispered, "almost as if the donor has a conscience. Imagine that." I paused near a group that included Jordan Whitney, a woman whose social standing was built on a foundation of meticulously curated gossip. As if on cue, Edith materialized beside me, her hand landing on my arm with a proprietary grip. "Victoria, darling, Jordan was just asking about your endeavors." Edith's smile was saccharine sweet, her eyes glinting. "I was explaining that while Benjamin is busy saving empires, well, you're saving souls, aren't you? In your own little way." She turned to Jordan, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper loud enough for half the table to hear. "It's such a comfort to know that not everyone in the family needs to contribute to the real work, the heavy lifting of maintaining a legacy like Spencer Consolidated. Some can afford to pursue passions." Jordan's eyes, sharp and assessing, flicked between me and Edith. "How admirable," she said, her tone carefully neutral. "Indeed," I replied, my voice smooth as silk. "Passion can be a powerful engine, Edith. Sometimes it builds things far more substantial than one might imagine." I gave Jordan a polite nod. "It's fascinating, isn't it, this anonymous donation? Such a significant gesture. One wonders about the benefactor's motivations. Perhaps there's someone who values quiet impact over public acclaim." Jordan leaned in, her interest piqued. "That's what everyone is saying, that it's not one of the usual suspects. Someone different. Perhaps someone who believes that true strength lies in ethical foundations." I mused, as if the thought had just occurred to me. I let the question hang in the air before excusing myself to mingle. I continued my rounds, dropping similar innocent observations. To Mr. Albright, the shipping magnate, "Such a bold move, this bailout. Almost makes you think the donor might have a specific vision for the company's future, doesn't it?" To a well known philanthropist, Mrs. Davies, "It's inspiring, a reminder that help can come from the most unexpected quarters. Someone clearly saw potential that others might have overlooked." Each comment was a carefully placed breadcrumb, leading the narrative where I wanted it to go. As I neared our table again, Benjamin intercepted me, pulling me slightly aside, his brow furrowed with what he probably thought was deep concern. "Vic, are you all right?" he asked, his voice low. "You seem intense tonight, more than usual. Is it Mother? Did she say something again?" I looked at him, at his handsome, oblivious face. He saw intense. He didn't see the culmination of years of strategic planning. He didn't see the architect of his company's salvation. He just saw his wife, possibly ruffled by his mother, again. "I'm perfectly fine, Benjamin," I said, patting his arm. "Just taking it all in. It's quite an evening after all." "It is, isn't it?" He squeezed my hand, a fleeting moment of connection that felt utterly hollow. "We're going to be okay. Better than okay." He glanced towards the stage. "Looks like Thomas is about to speak." I followed his gaze. Tomas Douglas, the CFO of Spencer Consolidated, was indeed making his way to the podium. His face was pale, his shoulders stooped, as if he carried the weight of the company's near death experience. The room quieted, a hush of anticipation falling over the glittering assembly. This was it, the official announcement, the public acknowledgement of the miracle. Thomas cleared his throat, the sound echoing slightly in the sudden silence. He looked out at the crowd, his expression grave. My heart beat a steady, determined rhythm. The first act of the play was drawing to a close. Thomas gripped the sides of the podium, his knuckles white. "Good evening, everyone," he began, his voice raspy. "As many of you are aware, Spencer Consolidated has faced some significant challenges in recent months." Understatement of the century. Significant challenges didn't even begin to cover the abyss Benjamin had steered them into. It wasn't just market forces, as Edith liked to claim at her bridge club. It was Benjamin, fueled by his mother's relentless pressure to be bigger, grander, more Spencer like than his father. He'd embarked on a reckless expansion, acquiring companies with borrowed money, chasing trends without due diligence, all while Quinn, usually more cautious, had been too distracted by his own legacy projects to properly oversee his son. The debt had piled up, a monstrous, suffocating weight. Then came the whispers of ethically dubious deals, shortcuts taken to meet impossible projections, corners cut that were starting to unravel. I'd pieced it together months ago, sifting through casually dropped remarks at family dinners, Benjamin's increasingly late nights, the strained silences between him and his father. I remember one evening about 6 months back. Benjamin had come home, smelling of stale coffee and desperation. He'd slumped onto the sofa, tie loosened, face gray. "Just a tough quarter," he'd mumbled when I asked what was wrong. Later that night, unable to sleep, I'd gone into his study. His laptop was open. Financial statements, stark and brutal, filled the screen. Red numbers. So many red numbers. And a series of increasingly frantic emails between him and Tomas discussing creative accounting and restructuring options that sounded suspiciously like robbing Peter to pay Paul, with Peter being on the verge of bankruptcy himself. That was the night the vague idea of using GHF's resources had solidified into a concrete plan. My little charity wasn't just about goodwill anymore, it was a financial powerhouse. The sustainable technologies we developed, the hyper efficient solar film, the revolutionary water purification units, weren't just changing lives in developing countries, they were generating licensing fees that dwarfed the Spencer family's old money fortune. We'd become, almost by accident, a titan of green tech, a silent giant in a world obsessed with outdated industries. Malia and I had worked for weeks, meticulously crafting the bailout. It had to be untraceable, anonymous, but also ironclad. We structured it through a series of shell corporations and offshore accounts so complex it would make a seasoned forensic accountant weep. The money was clean, earned through innovation and ethical enterprise, a stark contrast to the increasingly murky waters Spencer Consolidated had been wading in. On the stage, Thomas took a shaky breath. These challenges, they were formidable. There were moments when the future looked uncertain. He paused, and the silence in the room was absolute. You could hear the clink of ice in a distant water glass. Edith sat ramrod straight, her painted smile unwavering, but her fingers were clenched so tightly around her evening bag that her knuckles were white. Benjamin stared at his plate, his jaw working. Quinn looked older than I'd ever seen him, the weight of his family's near ruin etched on his face. However, Tomas continued, a flicker of something like hope entering his voice, at the 11th hour, when all seemed lost, Spencer Consolidated received a lifeline, an act of extraordinary, almost unbelievable generosity. The tension in the room ratcheted up another notch. People leaned forward in their seats. "I am profoundly relieved and deeply humbled to announce tonight," Thomas declared, his voice gaining strength, "that Spencer Consolidated has been saved, secured, pulled back from the brink by a staggering anonymous donation that has not only cleared our immediate debts, but has provided us with the capital to rebuild, to restructure, and to move forward on a more stable, sustainable path." A collective gasp, followed by a wave of murmurs, then applause, tentative at first, then swelling into a roar. Edith's smile finally became genuine, a wide, beaming expression of pure, unadulterated triumph. She reached over and squeezed Benjamin's arm, her eyes shining. Benjamin looked up, a slow, dazed smile spreading across his face as he met his mother's gaze. Quinn let out a visible breath, his shoulders slumping in relief as he nodded, a grave acknowledgement of their salvation. They were ecstatic, saved by a faceless, nameless angel. I watched them, my expression carefully neutral. The applause washed over me. Tomas was beaming now too, the stress melting from his face. He raised a hand for quiet. This donor, he said, his voice thick with emotion, wishes to remain anonymous, but their impact will be felt for generations. They have not just saved a company, they have saved a legacy. More applause. Edith was dabbing at her eyes with a lace-trimmed handkerchief. Benjamin was shaking hands with the banker, who was now grinning broadly and clapping him on the back. They were celebrating their deliverance, completely oblivious to the identity of their savior, completely oblivious to the fact that the empire Edith so desperately clung to had just been propped up by the soup kitchen she so openly despised. I took a slow, deliberate sip of water, the cool liquid a balm to my suddenly dry throat. The taste of their oblivion was intoxicating, and the night was far from over. The rest of the dinner service passed in a blur of self congratulation at the Spencer table. Benjamin was animated, expansive, already talking about new ventures and strategic partnerships. Quinn, usually so reserved, actually clinked glasses with him, a rare smile cracking his stern facade. They were the heroes of their own story, the anonymous donor merely a convenient plot device. Edith, however, was in her element. She practically vibrated with triumph, her voice carrying across the nearby tables as she accepted congratulations on Benjamin's brilliant turnaround. She cornered me as the dessert plates were being cleared, her eyes alight with a manic glee. You see, Victoria, dear, she said, her voice a low, conspiratorial hiss, though her smile was wide enough for everyone to see. This is how real empires are managed. Decisive, powerful moves, not bake sales and charity auctions for well-meaning causes. She patted my hand again, a gesture that felt more like a brand than a touch. Benjamin has proven himself. He's a true Spencer. He understands what it takes. I offered her my blandest smile. It's certainly a remarkable turn of events, Edith. Remarkable? It's a testament to his fortitude, his vision. She leaned closer. Between you and me, I always knew he had it in him. Sometimes a man just needs the right motivation. Her gaze flickered over me, dismissive, before returning to scan the room, already seeking her next audience. What she didn't know, what none of them knew, were the strings attached to their salvation. The anonymous donation wasn't a blank check. Malia and I had woven in a series of subtle but unbreakable conditions, clauses mandating comprehensive ethical reviews of all Spencer Consolidated's operations, requirements for a shift towards sustainable business practices, a delicious irony, given the source of the funds, and most importantly, the establishment of an independent oversight committee to ensure these changes were implemented, a committee to which the Global Harmony Foundation would in due course be recommending a highly qualified consultant, someone like, say, Malia. They were celebrating their freedom, unaware that they'd just willingly walked into a gilded cage built with their own desperation and my money. Benjamin, flushed with success and several glasses of champagne, leaned over and squeezed my shoulder. We should take a real vacation, Vic. After all this, go somewhere extravagant. We deserve it. Perhaps, I said, noncommittal. The idea of spending uninterrupted time with him right now, with this chasm of unspoken truths between us, felt suffocating. The master of ceremonies tapped the microphone, drawing everyone's attention back to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention once more. It seems our very own matriarch, Mrs. Edith Spencer, would like to say a few words. A polite ripple of applause. Edith preened, rising gracefully from her seat. She smoothed down her already immaculate gown, a queen ascending her throne. She shot me a quick, triumphant glance as if to say, "This is how it's done." As she glided towards the stage, a picture of smug satisfaction, I pushed back my chair. "Excuse me," I murmured to Benjamin. "I just need to check on one of my little projects." He frowned, momentarily distracted from his euphoria. "Now?" Edith's about to speak. "It won't take a moment," I said, my smile enigmatic. I could feel his eyes and Quinn's following me as I walked away from the table, not towards the powder room, but towards the discreet side exit that led to the hotel lobby. My little project was about to get a significant update. The taste of their oblivion was sweet, but the taste of what was coming would be even sweeter. The cool air of the lobby was a welcome relief from the overheated ballroom. I found a quiet alcove, pulled out my phone, and dialed Cade Hart. Cade was an investigative journalist, sharp, discreet, and with a reputation for uncovering truths that powerful people preferred to keep buried. We had a mutually beneficial understanding. Hart, his voice was clipped, professional. Cade, it's Victoria, I said, keeping my voice low. Are you watching the Spencer Gala feed? Most major society events like this were live streamed for the less fortunate, or the more gossipy. Naturally, he replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Quite the dramatic turnaround for Spencer Consolidated. The anonymous donor angle is gold. Any insights for an old friend? Just a thought, I said casually. The type of donor, it's not your usual corporate raider or vulture fund. This feels different, more principled. Someone with a strong ethical compass, perhaps. Someone the Spencers, in their usual circles, might have completely overlooked. I could almost hear the gears turning in Cade's mind. Overlooked? Or underestimated? He mused. Interesting. You think this donor might have a specific agenda beyond just profit? One might speculate, I said. Perhaps an agenda focused on responsible business, the kind of quiet influence that doesn't seek the spotlight but achieves significant change. Keep an eye on it, the story might get even more interesting. You always did have a knack for understatement, Victoria, Cade said. Consider my interest piqued. Thanks for the perspective. Anytime, Cade? I hung up, a small smile playing on my lips. The seeds were sown. By the time I made my announcement, the narrative would already be subtly shaped. I slipped back into the ballroom just as Edith was winding down her speech, her voice ringing with emotion. And so we raise our glasses to Benjamin, to Spencer Consolidated, and to the bright future that lies ahead, thanks to the incredible, selfless act of a true humanitarian. The applause was thunderous. Benjamin was on his feet, beaming, accepting the adulation. He caught my eye as I returned to the table, his face alight with a euphoric, almost boyish excitement. Vic, you missed it. Mother was brilliant. He pulled me close, his arm around my waist. We're back. Can you believe it? Stronger than ever. We're going to buy that vineyard in Napa I was telling you about. And a new jet. The old one is so dated. I forced a smile. That's wonderful, Benjamin. His ability to immediately pivot to lavish expenditures without a single thought for the source or the strings attached to this windfall was breathtaking in its arrogance. It's amazing, isn't it? He continued, oblivious to my inner turmoil. Help coming from absolutely nowhere, just when we needed it most. It truly is, I agreed, my voice carefully neutral. I turned to Mrs. Albright, who was seated nearby. It just goes to show, doesn't it? Help can come from where you least expect it. Sometimes the quietest people have the biggest impact. Mrs. Albright nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, a very profound observation, Victoria. The memory surfaced then, unbidden but sharp. About a year ago, when the financial storm clouds were gathering but before the full hurricane hit, Benjamin had approached me. It was late, he was stressed, and for a moment the carefully constructed wall between his world and my hobby had cracked. Vic, he'd said, running a hand through his hair, those charitable contacts of yours, the foundation people, do they do they ever deal with, discreet lenders? We have a temporary cash flow issue. Nothing serious, just need to bridge a gap. I remembered the flicker of hope in his eyes, quickly masked by his usual bravado. He hadn't known the scale of GHHF, of course. He still thought of it as bake sales and grant applications. He was asking if my little charity knew any loan sharks, essentially. I'd feigned ignorance, a polite helplessness. Oh, Benjamin, I don't think so. We mostly deal with philanthropic grants, donations, nothing like what you're describing. Part of it was to gauge his desperation, to see how deep the rot truly went. Part of it was because my own, much larger plan was already beginning to form, and his desperate, small scale plea would have only complicated things. He'd waved a dismissive hand. Right, of course, stupid idea. Don't worry about it. And he'd never mentioned it again. His current absolute lack of suspicion, his utter failure to connect any dots, was therefore even more galling. He hadn't even considered me, or GHF, as a possibility. I was just his wife, the one with the nice hobby. Edith, having concluded her triumphant speech, was now making her way back to the table, basking in the glow of applause and admiring glances. As she sat, she leaned towards Quinn and said, her voice carrying clearly in a momentary lull, "We believe we know who our savior might be, or at least their noble spirit, and we intend to thank them personally very, very soon." Just then, the MC stepped back to the podium, a wide smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Mrs. Spencer, and now we have one final and truly extraordinary announcement to make. It seems the whispers have been true. We believe a representative of the anonymous donor is, in fact, with us here tonight and has graciously agreed to say a few words." A hush, so profound it felt like the air itself had been sucked from the room, fell over the gala. Every fork was stilled, every whispered conversation died. All eyes, hundreds of them, fixed on the MC, who seemed to visibly swell with the importance of his announcement. Edith, who had just been beaming, froze mid smile, her head cocked. Benjamin looked around, a flicker of confusion, then dawning excitement in his eyes. Quinn leaned forward, his expression unreadable. They were all anticipating the unveiling of some benevolent billionaire, some titan of industry who had, for reasons of their own, decided to play fairy godmother. The MC paused for dramatic effect, his gaze sweeping the room. "Ladies and gentlemen," he boomed, his voice resonating with theatricality, "it is my distinct honor to introduce the driving force behind the extraordinary donation that has secured the future of Spencer Consolidated, the founder, the visionary, the heart of the Global Harmony Foundation, Ms. Victoria Spencer." For a fraction of a second, there was nothing, just a stunned, absolute silence. Then a collective intake of breath, a ripple of disbelief that spread through the room like a shock wave. Slowly, deliberately, I pushed back my chair. The scrape of its legs on the polished floor sounded deafening in the sudden quiet. All eyes, and I mean all eyes, swiveled towards me. Edith's face was a study in rapid, horrifying transformation. The triumphant glow vanished, replaced by a slack jawed bewilderment, then a dawning, sickening comprehension. Her perfectly coiffed head swiveled towards me, her eyes wide, her mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. Benjamin looked like he'd been struck by lightning. His face drained of all color, his eyes locked on mine, wide with an expression of utter, uncomprehending shock. He looked like he'd seen a ghost, or worse, a version of his wife he never knew existed. Quinn simply stared, his stoic mask finally cracking, revealing a raw, stunned disbelief. I rose, smoothed down my dress, a simple, elegant sheath, deliberately understated, and began to walk towards the stage. Each step felt measured, powerful. The polite applause that had started, hesitant and confused, faltered and died as the reality of the MC's announcement began to sink in. The room was a sea of gaping mouths and wide eyes. Jordan Whitney looked like she was about to spontaneously combust from sheer, unadulterated gossip overload. I reached the podium. The MC, looking slightly dazed himself, stepped aside. I adjusted the microphone, my hand steady. I looked out at the room, at the stunned faces, and then my gaze settled on the Spencer family table. On Edith, her face now a mask of apoplectic fury. On Benjamin, who looked like he was about to be physically ill. "Good evening," I began, my voice calm, clear, and amplified by the microphone it carried to every corner of the vast ballroom. "Yes, it's true. The Global Harmony Foundation is the anonymous donor that has provided the necessary capital for Spencer Consolidated." A fresh wave of gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. "For years," I continued, my voice even, "many of you, particularly my extended family, have known GHF as a little charity, a hobby. And it did start small, driven by a desire to make a tangible difference in the world." I paused, letting that sink in. "What you may not know is that GHF also became an incubator for innovation. We developed and globally licensed a portfolio of highly profitable, patented green technologies. These technologies have not only funded our extensive philanthropic work worldwide, but have also made the Global Harmony Foundation a significant financial entity in its own right, a very significant one." I turned my gaze directly to Edith. Her face was mottled with rage and disbelief. "You once told me, Edith," I said, my voice still calm but with an edge of steel, "that your son needed a partner who builds empires, not soup kitchens." I let a small, cold smile touch my lips. "Well, Edith, It seems my soup kitchen just saved yours. Perhaps empires built on ethical foundations, on innovation and genuine global contribution, are ultimately more resilient than those built merely on legacy and acquisition. Her mouth worked, but no sound came out. The color drained from her face, leaving her looking old and suddenly frail. Then I turned to my husband. Benjamin was pale, his eyes still wide with shock, a dawning horror creeping into his expression. And to my husband, Benjamin, I said, my voice softening almost imperceptibly, but still carrying the weight of years of unspoken resentment. You championed silence when your family belittled my work. You asked me to be patient, to understand. Value, Benjamin, can be built in many ways. It can be loud and ostentatious, or it can be quiet, diligent, and impactful. It's time you recognize them all. The room was in an absolute uproar. Shock, dawning, comprehension, the frantic buzz of whispered conversations. Camera flashes, which had been sporadic, now erupted in a frenzy. Reporters, no doubt alerted by Cade, were already pushing forward. I raised a hand, and slowly the noise subsided a little. The Global Harmony Foundation, I concluded, my voice firm and unwavering, looks forward to a collaborative future with Spencer Consolidated, a future guided by new ethical guidelines and a commitment to sustainable practices, which we will, of course, discuss in detail. Thank you. I stepped down from the podium, leaving behind a scene of utter pandemonium. The Spencers, Edith, Benjamin, Quinn were frozen, trapped at their table amidst a maelstrom of questions, flashing cameras, and the stunned, staring eyes of their entire social circle. My empire had just declared war, and I had won the first decisive battle. The ballroom erupted. It wasn't just murmurs anymore, it was a cacophony of voices, exclamations, and the relentless click shutter whir of cameras. Reporters, smelling blood and a sensational story, swarmed towards the Spencer table, microphones thrust forward like weapons. Edith looked like she was having a stroke. Her face, moments before alight with triumph, was now a ghastly shade of pale, her mouth opening and closing silently as if she'd forgotten how to speak. Quinn, ever the stoic, simply stared straight ahead, his jaw clenched so tight I thought it might crack. Benjamin? Benjamin looked utterly broken. He tried to stand, to push through the throng towards me, his hand outstretched, his face a mask of desperation and confusion. Victoria! Vic! Wait! But Malia was suddenly by my side, a small, formidable phalanx of GHF's senior team, materializing as if from nowhere, a contingency I'd of course planned. This way, Victoria, Malia said, her voice calm and authoritative, gently guiding me towards the same side exit I'd used earlier. We moved through the chaos, a small island of composure in a sea of shocked faces and frantic energy. I didn't look back. The days that followed were a whirlwind. Cade's initial tip off, combined with the on the ground reports from the gala, exploded into a media frenzy. The Anonymous Empire, one headline screamed. Soup Kitchen Savior bails out corporate giant, read another, slightly more gleeful one. The Spencer name, once a bastion of old money prestige, was now synonymous with a rather embarrassing public takedown. There was gossip, naturally, endless speculation about the state of my marriage, about Edith's spectacular fall from social grace. But beneath it, there was also a grudging, almost astonished respect for what GHF, what I had built. Spencer Consolidated had no choice but to accept GHF's terms. The collaboration was swift and decisive. Malia was appointed to a newly formed advisory board tasked with overseeing the ethical reforms and the shift towards sustainable practices we'd mandated. The old guard at the company grumbled, but the sheer financial leverage GHF now held was undeniable. They either played by our rules or they faced a very public, very messy unwinding of the bailout. Edith became a social pariah almost overnight. Her pronouncements on empire building were now the stuff of snickering memes. Invitations dried up. Her power, built on a foundation of arrogance and inherited status, crumbled like dry leaves. I heard through the grapevine she'd taken to her bed, indisposed. Benjamin was a wreck. He called. He texted. He showed up at the small, discreet apartment I'd leased weeks before the gala, a place he never knew existed. His apologies were clumsy, desperate, laced with a bewilderment that told me he still didn't fully grasp how we'd arrived here. I I had no idea, Vic, he stammered one evening, standing awkwardly in my new living room, a space uncluttered by Spencer history. What you were doing, what they were saying. I should have. I just didn't see. No, Benjamin, I said, my voice quiet but firm. You didn't want to see. There's a difference. I didn't slam the door in his face, metaphorically or literally. I listened, but I made no promises. The power dynamic between us had shifted irrevocably. It was mine now, and I wasn't about to relinquish it for the sake of a comfortable, familiar lie. Our marriage, if it was to survive, would have to be rebuilt from the ground up on entirely new terms. His terms. Life settled into a new rhythm. I was busier than ever, GHF now firmly in the global spotlight, not just as a philanthropic force, but as a model for ethical enterprise. The satisfaction was deep, a quiet hum beneath the surface of my days. My revenge had been complete, meticulously planned, and flawlessly executed. It wasn't just about punishing the Spencers, it was about claiming my own power, my own narrative. A few weeks after the gala, I was in the GHF boardroom, a sleek, modern space filled with natural light, a world away from the stuffy opulence of the Spencer homes. We were strategizing a new initiative, a global literacy program leveraging our solar technology to power remote learning centers. My team was energized, brilliant, focused. My phone buzzed on the table. I glanced at the caller ID, Benjamin. I let it ring for a moment, then excused myself from the meeting, stepping out onto the small balcony overlooking the city. Hello, Benjamin, I answered. His voice was hesitant, stripped of its old entitlement. Victoria, hi, I was just calling. I saw the news about the literacy initiative. It sounds incredible. A pause. I was wondering, is there anything at all I can do to help with your work? I looked out at the sprawling city, at the endless possibilities. A small, thoughtful smile touched my lips. He was trying. It was a start, a very small, very tentative start. I'll let you know, Benjamin, I said, my voice neutral, giving nothing away. I'll let you know. I ended the call and turned back to the boardroom, back to my team, back to the empire I had built. It was thriving on my terms, and for the first time in a very long time, so was I. The text message pinged, and my stomach immediately clenched. It was Caitlin, my sister. The preview read, OMG Bailey, disaster! Need to talk urgently about the anniversary party. Call me ASAP. The triple exclamation points were her signature move, usually preceding a demand that would leave my bank account whimpering. My name is Bailey, by the way, and for most of my adult life, I've been the unofficial family ATM, emotional punching bag, and general dog's body. I sighed, pushing aside a fragile 17th century manuscript I was painstakingly restoring, my supposed silly hobby, and braced myself. I'd barely hit call when her voice, high pitched and frantic, assaulted my ear. Bailey, thank God, you will not believe what happened. What is it, Caitlin? I asked, already picturing the caterer canceling or the artisanal ice sculptor melting prematurely. The string quartet, the one I booked for the garden reception, they've double booked. Can you believe the nerve? And they were the only ones who could play that obscure Vivaldi piece Noel adores. I waited. The real reason for the call was always a few dramatic flourishes away. So, she continued, her voice dropping conspiratorially, I found this amazing chamber orchestra. They're even better, honestly, but, well, they're a bit more. Like 5,000 more. 5,000. Just like that. For a string quartet upgrade at an anniversary party for a 1 year marriage. A marriage, I might add, that I'd already contributed a painful 5 figure sum towards because their dream venue was slightly out of their budget. Caitlin, I began, trying to keep my voice even. I really can't swing that right now. Things are tight. Oh, come on, Bailey. Her tone shifted from panicked to petulant. It's our first anniversary. It has to be perfect. Mum said you'd understand. She said you've always been so good at managing things. Managing things was their euphemism for bailing us out. My tiny apartment, a shoebox compared to Caitlin and Noel's sprawling suburban home, or my parents' comfortable detached house, was a testament to how much managing I'd done over the years. My biggest luxury was a specialized humidifier that kept my precious manuscripts from crumbling, not designer bags or European holidays. Mum said that, did she? I murmured, picturing Vivian, my mother, waving a dismissive hand. Yes, and she also said, and I quote, "Don't let Bailey give you any grief about those dusty old books of hers. This is important family stuff." The familiar burn started in my chest. My dusty old books were my passion, my career. I restored rare manuscripts, a skill that took years of dedication and study. To them, it was a quirky, unprofitable pastime, something to be indulged when I wasn't funding their lifestyles. Fletcher, my older brother, was just as bad, always with some can't miss investment that went belly up or a gambling debt that needed discreet settling. I was the responsible one, the one with the steady, if not glamorous income, the reliable one, the broke one, thanks to them. Caitlin, I'm serious. I don't have $5,000 to spare for an orchestra. But it's an investment in our happiness, Bailey, she whined. Noel will be so disappointed. Don't you want us to be happy? The emotional blackmail, subtle as a sledgehammer. I closed my eyes. I'll see what I can do, I said, the words tasting like ash. It was easier than the inevitable hour-long guilt trip that would follow, probably culminating in a call from Mum anyway. Oh, thank you, Bailey. You're the best. I knew you'd come through. Click. She hung up before I could even attempt to set a boundary. I stared at the peeling paint on my wall. The best meant the biggest pushover. I thought of the grant application I was working on, the one that could lead to a prestigious fellowship, and the hours I'd need to dedicate to it. Hours that would now be spent figuring out how to juggle my finances to appease Caitlin. Again. My phone buzzed again. This time it was an unknown number, but the caller ID showed it was from my parents' landline. Probably Mum, ready to apply more pressure about Caitlin's party. I let it ring, then it stopped. A moment later, it rang again, insistent. With a sigh, I answered, preparing my excuses. Bailey? It was Mum, but her voice was wrong. Not wheedling, not demanding. It was tight, strained, cracking with a raw fear I'd never heard before. Mum? What's wrong? It's it's your father, Bailey, she choked out, a sob tearing through the word. Something's terribly wrong. My own problems, Caitlin's $5,000 orchestra, vanished. What happened? Where are you? The hospital. St. Michael's. He collapsed, Bailey. Oh God, hurry. I didn't bother changing out of my paint-stained work clothes. Keys, phone, wallet. I was out the door in 30 seconds, hailing a cab with a frantic wave. St. Michael's was across town, and every red light felt like a personal affront. My mind raced. Dad, Albert, he'd always been distant, a passive figure in our family dramas, mostly observing from behind his newspaper, occasionally grunting in agreement with whatever Vivian decreed. Not unkind exactly, just not particularly present, especially when it came to me. When I burst into the waiting area of the emergency department, the scene was chaotic, but my family was a distinct island of well dressed panic. Vivian was pacing, her usually immaculate makeup smudged, twisting a handkerchief in her hands. Caitlin was slumped in a plastic chair, mascara tracks stark on her pale face, with Noel, her husband, patting her shoulder awkwardly. Even Fletcher, my perpetually irresponsible older brother, looked shaken, his usual cocky smirk replaced by a pasty, worried frown. He was actually on his phone, but for once it didn't look like he was checking sports scores. What's going on? I demanded, my voice breathless. Vivian rushed towards me, grabbing my arm. Oh, Bailey, it's awful, just awful. They took him for more tests, Fletcher mumbled, looking up from his phone. He was complaining about headaches for weeks. Then this morning, he just crumpled. Caitlin let out a fresh wail. They said it looked serious. We waited. The minutes stretched into an eternity, punctuated by Caitlin's sniffles and Vivian's muttered prayers. I found myself studying them. The arrogance, the entitlement I was so used to, had evaporated. In its place was a raw, almost childlike fear. It was unsettling to see them so stripped bare. A small, reluctant flicker of concern for Albert sparked within me. He was still my father, after all. But it was quickly dampened by a wave of old resentments. I remembered when I'd lost out on that research grant a few years back, the one that could have really launched my career. I'd been devastated. When I'd tried to talk to him about it, he'd barely looked up from his golf magazine. Oh well, he'd said, these things happen. Maybe that book dusting thing isn't as secure as you thought. Your mother needs help with the garden this weekend. No comfort, no encouragement, just a swift pivot back to family obligations. A doctor finally emerged, his expression grave. Mrs. Wallace? Vivian practically flew to him. Yes? How is he? What is it? The doctor, a tired looking man with kind eyes, led us to a small private consultation room. The news was brutal. Albert had a rare, aggressive form of vasculitis affecting his brain. The local specialists had consulted, run every test. I'm so sorry, the doctor said, his voice gentle but firm. The inflammation is extensive. At this stage, with this particular variant, the treatment options we can offer here are limited. We're talking about palliative care, managing his comfort. Palliative care. The words hung in the sterile air, heavy and suffocating. Caitlin gasped, a hand flying to her mouth. Fletcher swore under his breath, sinking into a chair. Vivian just stared, her face crumbling. No, she whispered. No, there must be something, some mistake. He's strong, he's a fighter. We've explored all conventional avenues available to us, the doctor said, his gaze compassionate. It's progressing very rapidly. The fight drained out of Vivian. She looked suddenly old, fragile. So that's it? You're just giving up on him? We're not giving up on his comfort, Mrs. Wallace. We'll do everything we can to manage his symptoms. Despair settled over the room. Fletcher was rubbing his temples. Noel was staring blankly at the wall. Caitlin was openly sobbing now. Great, gulping sounds. Vivian, clutching at straws, her voice raspy, said, But isn't there anyone? Anywhere? Some specialist? They said there's one specialist who's done work on these impossible cases. Dr. Pierce. But he's almost a myth. Impossible to reach. Works on experimental treatments, mostly in Europe. My blood ran cold. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. Dr. Seamus Pierce. The name echoed in my head, as familiar to me as the scent of old parchment and binding glue. Dr. Seamus Pierce. It couldn't be a coincidence. The world renowned neurosurgeon, the maverick researcher whose groundbreaking work on rare inflammatory conditions of the brain was legendary, if somewhat controversial. And yes, the very same Dr. Pierce with whom I'd corresponded for the better part of 2 years. It started with a query he'd sent to the archive where I sometimes consulted regarding a passage in a medieval medical manuscript. One query led to another, a shared fascination with the historical intersections of medicine and alchemy. He'd even commissioned me to restore a particularly fragile 15th century herbal for his private collection. He knew my work. He respected it. I kept my face a blank mask, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was a development, a monumental, earth shattering development. Pierce? Fletcher scoffed, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. Yeah, right, like we can just pick up the phone and call some miracle worker in Switzerland. They said he only takes on cases that are, like, scientifically fascinating or whatever, not just this. He gestured vaguely, encompassing the grim reality of Albert's situation. Caitlin, ever practical when it suited her, sniffled. Maybe we could start a GoFundMe for, experimental treatment abroad? If we could even find this Dr. Pierce. Noel chimed in. I could look into medical tourism brokers. Some of them have connections, but it's usually a long shot and incredibly expensive. I watched them, a strange calm settling over me amidst their rising tide of panic. They were flailing, grasping at straws, their usual confidence completely gone. Vivian was staring into space, muttering, Seamus Pierce. I've heard that name. Years ago, a friend of a friend, her husband had something unheard of, but they couldn't get to him. They made calls. Fletcher tried pulling strings with some golf buddy who supposedly knew a hospital administrator. Caitlin frantically Googled Dr. Seamus Pierce contact, her brow furrowed in concentration. Noel was already looking up international flight prices. Each attempt was a dead end. Dr. Pierce, it seemed, was as elusive as the cures he offered. His office isn't listed publicly, Caitlin announced, frustrated. There are some research foundations, but they all say referrals have to come from a primary specialist with a full case file, and even then, it's a review panel. And they said our local team already tried that route. Fletcher added, slumped. He's not taking new consults through official channels right now, apparently. Too busy with some big research project. Vivian wrung her hands. There has to be a way. There has to be. Her gaze, desperate and unfocused, swept the room and landed on me. I was just standing there, observing, a silent spectator to their unraveling. A flicker of something crossed her face, a desperate, grasping hope. Bailey, she said, her voice suddenly sharp, cutting through Caitlin's renewed whimpers. You you deal with all sorts of peculiar people, don't you? With that dusty old book thing you do. I met her gaze, my expression unreadable. Here it comes, I thought. Academics, collectors. You meet odd people, don't you? Anyone in medicine, anyone who might know someone who knows this Dr. Pierce? The question hung in the air, heavy with their collective, desperate hope. The irony was so thick I could have spread it on toast. My silly hobby, the one they'd mocked and belittled for years, the one they'd accused of keeping me from a real job or a proper husband, might now be their only lifeline. For years, my work was a source of amusement, a quaint eccentricity. Now it was suddenly a potential conduit to a miracle. Caitlin and Fletcher stopped their frantic activity, their eyes swiveling to me. Even Noel looked up, a sliver of attention in his usually vacant stare. They were all looking at me, waiting. For the first time in my life, their complete, undivided attention was on me, not because they wanted something I could buy, but because of who I might know through my worthless passion. I let the silence stretch, savoring the weight of their anticipation, their dawning, incredulous hope. I thought of every dismissive comment, every demand, every time my needs were shoved aside for theirs. Finally, I took a slow breath. Dr. Seamus Pierce? I said, my voice calm, almost conversational. Yes, I know him. We've corresponded for years. The collective gasp was audible. Four faces stared at me, utterly, completely stunned into silence. The silence in the small hospital consultation room stretched taut, thick with disbelief. Vivian's hand flew to her chest. Caitlin's jaw literally dropped. Fletcher just blinked, as if I'd suddenly started speaking in ancient Sumerian. You you know him? Vivian finally stammered, her voice a hoarse whisper. Yes, I repeated, keeping my tone level. We have a professional relationship through my restoration work. His his dusty old books? Caitlin breathed, her eyes wide. The derision was gone, replaced by a dawning, desperate awe. Some of them are, indeed, quite dusty, I replied, a faint smile playing on my lips. Fletcher found his voice, a surge of his old impatience returning, albeit laced with a new, urgent deference. Well, what are you waiting for? Call him. Tell him about Dad. It's not quite that simple, Fletcher, I said, my gaze sweeping over their anxious faces. Dr. Pierce is an exceptionally busy man. He doesn't just take casual calls, even from acquaintances. But this isn't a casual call, Bailey, Vivian interjected, stepping forward, her hands clasped beseechingly. This is your father. His life is on the line. You have to help. The old familiar pressure, the guilt trip, but this time it landed differently. It landed on solid ground, not the shifting sands of my usual acquiescence. I understand the urgency, Vivian, I said, but perhaps this isn't the best place to discuss the nuances of how I might approach Dr. Pierce. I glanced around the sterile room. I need to think. Think? Think about what? Caitlin shrieked, jumping to her feet. Dad is dying, and you need to think? Noel, ever the echo, added, She's right, Bailey. Time is critical. I looked at them, one by one. The fear was still there, but now it was mixed with a frantic expectation, a dawning realization that I, Bailey, the family doormat, held the key. My apartment, I said. We can talk there. I'll head home now. You can follow when you're ready. Without waiting for a response, I turned and walked out, leaving them gaping in my wake. The drive to my tiny, cluttered apartment was a blur. The power of the situation was a heady, terrifying brew. This wasn't just about saving Albert, this was about everything. An hour later, they arrived. All four of them, crammed into my small living space, looking wildly out of place amidst my stacks of books, restoration tools, and the faint, lingering scent of archival paper and old leather. Vivian perched awkwardly on the edge of my worn armchair. the only comfortable seat. Caitlin and Noel stood near the doorway, as if afraid to venture further into such humble surroundings. Fletcher paced restlessly in the limited clear floor space, occasionally bumping into a pile of research papers. The air was thick with their unspoken pleas. So, Vivian began, her voice unnaturally soft, this Dr. Pierce, you're sure you can reach him? I can send him an email, I said. He usually responds to me. An email? Fletcher exploded. Are you kidding me? His father is on death's door and you're going to send an email? Pick up the phone, Bailey. Now! Fletcher, I said, my voice dangerously quiet. Dr. Pierce is currently on a research sabbatical in a very remote part of the Swiss Alps. His direct line is not something one uses lightly. An email is the appropriate first contact. Caitlin wrung her hands. But will he even see it in time? Can't you, I don't know, emphasize the urgency? I remembered Caitlin's urgent need for $5,000 for her anniversary party just that morning. The irony was a bitter pill. I thought of Fletcher's last urgent call, begging me to cover a temporary shortfall, which later turned out to be a hefty gambling loss. That had cost me my emergency fund, the one I'd been saving for a specialized magnification lamp. And Vivian. Oh, Vivian. I recalled the time she'd accidentally donated a box of my carefully curated research notes for a university project to a charity book drive because they were cluttering up the guest room when I'd briefly stored them at her house. It's just old paper, Bailey dear, she'd said with a tinkling laugh when I'd discovered the loss. Frantic. Surely you can find more. Their faces were turned to me, masks of desperate entreaty. The people who had dismissed my passion, devalued my work, and drained my resources now looked to that very passion, that very work, as their sole salvation. He's your father, Bailey, Vivian whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Whatever he's done, whatever we've done, please, you can't let him die because of bad feelings. Bad feelings. Such a mild term for years of systematic exploitation and emotional neglect. I let the silence hang, watching them squirm. I saw the forced humility warring with their ingrained entitlement. They were in my world now, on my terms, and they hated it. Finally, I spoke, my voice devoid of any emotion. I'll think about what it would take for me to make that call, or send that email. Their eyes widened. Vivian gasped. What? What do you mean, what it would take? Fletcher demanded, his voice rising. I mean, I said, standing up, I need to consider the conditions under which I'd be willing to leverage a very significant professional relationship for a personal matter. This is a big ask, even for me. I walked to the door. I need some time alone to consider. I'll let you know my decision. You can see yourselves out. The shock on their faces was exquisite. Disbelief, then outrage, then a dawning, horrified understanding. I held the door open, my expression unyielding. They stumbled out, speechless, into the hallway, leaving me alone in the sudden, blessed quiet of my apartment. The first taste of power was intoxicating. The moment the door clicked shut behind them, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The silence in my apartment was a balm. I walked over to my work table, my fingers tracing the spine of a crumbling 18th century atlas I was meticulously restoring. This was my sanctuary, the place where I had control, where my skills were valued, even if only by myself and a select few. Now, suddenly, that value had skyrocketed in the eyes of the people who'd always treated it as a joke. My first call was to Sonia, my closest friend, the one person who knew the full, unvarnished truth about my family. You will not believe what's happened, I said, sinking onto my sofa, the receiver pressed tight against my ear. I recounted the entire saga. Albert's sudden illness, the grim prognosis, the desperate mention of Dr. Pierce, and the subsequent pilgrimage of my family to my humble abode. Sonia listened patiently, punctuating my story with occasional gasps and indignant snorts. No way, she breathed when I told her about my connection to the elusive surgeon. Bailey, this is karmic gold. Tell me about it, I said, a grim smile playing on my lips. They were practically groveling. It was disgusting and, I have to admit, a little bit satisfying. A little bit? Sonia scoffed. Honey, after what they've put you through, this is your moment. Don't you dare just roll over and make that call without getting something, and I mean something significant, in return. Oh, I have no intention of rolling over. I assured her. That's why I kicked them out. I told them I needed to think about what it would take. Sonia let out a delighted shriek. You didn't! Oh, Bailey, that's brilliant! Their faces! I wish I could have seen their faces. Picture a mixture of apoplectic rage and utter terror, I said dryly. It was quite the tableau. So, what are you going to ask for? Sonia pressed, her voice alight with anticipation. Money? A public apology? Make Caitlin sell that hideous diamond monstrosity Noel bought her? Money is the last thing I want from them, I said. They've already taken enough of that. This isn't about financial compensation. This is about dignity, accountability, making them feel even a fraction of the humiliation they've dished out to me for years. For the next few hours, Sonia and I brainstormed. We dissected every past slight, every egregious demand, every dismissive remark. Each condition we devised was a carefully crafted response to a specific wound. It wasn't about being petty, it was about justice, tailored and precise. Remember when Caitlin borrowed that heirloom necklace your grandmother left you, then lost it at some club, and Vivian said it was just a thing and you were being too sentimental? Sonia reminded me. Oh, I remember, I said, a cold knot forming in my stomach. And Fletcher, Sonia continued, her voice hardening, all those loans for his business ventures that you knew were just feeding his gambling habit, and your mother enabling him, telling you it was your duty as a sister to support his ambitions? The list went on. The time Vivian actively discouraged me from applying for a prestigious curatorial position overseas because family needs you here, Bailey. Who will look after things if you're gallivanting around Europe? The constant mockery of my quiet, scholarly life compared to Caitlin's flashy, materialistic one. Fletcher's casual assumption that my savings were his emergency fund. By the time I hung up with Sonia, a plan had taken shape, cold and clear in my mind. It was audacious. It was ruthless. And it felt absolutely right. There was no guilt, no hesitation, just a steely resolve. This was my one chance to reclaim years of lost dignity, to make them understand the consequences of their actions. They had backed me into a corner for so long, and now the tables had well and truly turned. I spent another hour refining the terms, writing them down on a crisp sheet of paper, each word chosen with deliberate care. Each clause was a perfectly aimed dart designed to pierce their arrogance and force a reckoning. The final list was brutal. It was humiliating. It was, I thought with a grim satisfaction, perfect. I picked up my phone, my hand steady. I scrolled to Vivian's number. It rang twice before she snatched it up, her voice a tight coil of anxiety. Bailey? Have you have you decided? Yes, I said, my voice calm and even. I've decided on my conditions. A shaky sigh of relief on the other end. Oh, thank God. Anything, Bailey. We'll do anything. We'll see about that, I said. Meet me at your house tomorrow. 10 a.m. All of you. Fletcher, Caitlin, Noel, and be prepared to listen. Really listen for once. I didn't wait for her reply. I simply ended the call, a cold, clear certainty settling deep within me. Tomorrow the piper would be paid. The next morning, I walked into my parents' overly ornate living room at precisely 10 o'clock. They were all there, a tableau of strained anxiety. Vivian, Fletcher, Caitlin, and even Noel looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. They sat stiffly on the plush sofas, their eyes fixed on me as I took the armchair opposite them, the one usually reserved for Albert. I placed a single sheet of paper on the polished mahogany coffee table. Thank you for coming, I began, my voice cool and measured. As you know, Albert's condition is critical, and Dr. Seamus Pierce is likely his only hope. I am willing to contact Dr. Pierce on Albert's behalf. However, my willingness comes with certain non-negotiable conditions. I let that sink in. Caitlin was already biting her lip, her eyes darting between me and the paper. Fletcher was scowling, his arms crossed tightly. Vivian just looked pale. Condition number 1, I continued, my gaze sweeping over them. Caitlin, you will sell the diamond earrings Noel bought you for your birthday last year, the 2-carat ones you were so keen to show off. Caitlin gasped. My earrings? But why? You will use the proceeds from that sale to make a substantial public donation to the National Archives Preservation Fund. The donation will be made in my name, Bailey Wallace. Furthermore, you will accompany this donation with a public statement posted on all your social media accounts explaining that the funds came from the sale of a luxury item and detailing why I, Bailey, chose that specific charity, emphasizing the importance of preserving historical documents and artifacts. Caitlin stared at me, aghast. But those earrings were a gift. They're worth a fortune, and to say it's from you? Precisely, I said. Consider it a contribution to something more lasting than your jewelry box. Condition number 2, I went on, turning to Fletcher. You, Fletcher, will write a formal, notarized letter of apology. In this letter, you will confess to the true nature and amounts of every loan you've taken from me over the past 10 years. You will explicitly state that these were not loans for business, but funds to cover gambling debts and, on at least one occasion, bail money. You will acknowledge that you never had any intention of repaying me. Copies of this notarized letter are to be sent to Uncle Jeremiah, Aunt Carol, and your former business ethics professor, Dr. Albright. Fletcher's face turned a mottled shade of red. You can't be serious. That's private. It would ruin me. Your actions had consequences for me, Fletcher. It's time they had consequences for you. Condition number 3, I said, my eyes settling on the Vivian. You, Vivian, will host a dinner party. You will invite all our extended family, including Cousin Sarah, Mrs. Henderson from next door, and anyone else who has ever witnessed you mock my career or dismiss my intellect. At this dinner, you will deliver a speech. In this speech, you will praise my intelligence, my dedication, and the valuable and unique nature of my career in manuscript restoration. You will explicitly state how my silly little hobby, as you've so often called it, is now your only hope for Albert's life, and you will publicly apologize for your years of mockery and belittlement. Vivian looked like I'd slapped her. A public speech? Apologizing? To you? In front of everyone? Every word, I confirmed. And finally, I said, pausing for effect, letting the tension build. Condition number 4. This one is also for you, Vivienne. I leaned forward slightly. You will confess publicly at that same dinner to sabotaging my application for the fellowship at the Bodleian Library 7 years ago. Vivian's eyes widened in genuine shock, then narrowed. I I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I think you do, I said, my voice dropping. I think you accidentally failed to mail my final reference letter, the one from Professor Davies, because you didn't want me moving to Oxford. You wanted me to stay here, available, to keep picking up the pieces for this family. You told me he must have forgotten, or it got lost in the post. But I spoke to his widow last year. He kept meticulous records. He gave you that letter, Vivian. The color drained from her face. She opened her mouth, then closed it. For the first time, she looked truly frightened, not just of Albert's illness, but of me. Caitlin was openly crying now. This is insane, Bailey. It's cruel. You're talking about Dad's life. Noel, surprisingly, spoke up. She has a point. This is a lot. Can't we just pay you or something? I almost laughed. Pay me? You think this is about money? This is about respect. This is about truth. This is about consequences. Vivian finally found her voice shrill and laced with fury. You wouldn't let your own father die over this bitterness, this vendetta. I met her gaze, my own unwavering, cold as ice. He's dying now, Vivian, and perhaps his current predicament is the culmination of years of your collective actions, your entitlement, your endless taking, which led us all to this very moment. The choice is yours. My terms, in full, or you find another miracle. You have 1 hour to decide. I left them in the living room and went into the kitchen, pouring myself a glass of water. My hand was perfectly steady. I could hear their voices, muffled but agitated, from the other room. Vivian's rose in a shriek, then Fletcher's, low and angry. Caitlin was definitely sobbing. Noel's voice was a placating murmur, occasionally audible, the sounds of a dynasty crumbling under the weight of its own chickens coming home to roost. 45 minutes later, the door opened. Vivian stood there, her face a mask of defeat. Her shoulders were slumped, her eyes red-rimmed but blazing with a resentful fire. Fletcher and Caitlin trailed behind her, looking equally wretched. Noel just looked exhausted. All right, Vivian said, her voice flat, devoid of its usual imperious tone. We agree to all of it. I nodded slowly. Good. Let's not waste any time then. Caitlin, your earrings. I assume you know a reputable jeweler who gives fair prices for resale. Caitlin flinched but nodded mutely, pulling out her phone. Her fingers, usually so deft as they scrolled through Instagram, fumbled as she searched for a number. Tears streamed down her face as she made the call, her voice cracking as she inquired about selling a pair of 2-carat diamond studs. The pained look on her face as she listened to the initial, undoubtedly lowball offer was a small, bitter amuse-bouche. Fletcher, I said, turning to him. Your letter. You can use the desk in the study. Pen and paper are in the top drawer. I'll expect a first draft within the hour. He glared at me, his jaw tight, but wordlessly stalked off towards Albert's study. The scratch of a pen, hesitant at first, then more forceful, soon drifted from the room. Vivian sank onto a kitchen chair. The dinner party, she said, her voice barely a whisper. How soon? Within the week, I replied. And the guest list needs to be comprehensive. Don't think I won't notice if Cousin Sarah or Mrs. Henderson are conveniently unavailable. She just nodded, staring at her hands. The fight had gone out of her, replaced by a weary, bitter resignation. The next few hours were a surreal parade of capitulation. Caitlin returned from the jeweler, her face pale, clutching a check that was clearly far less than she felt the earrings were worth. She immediately transferred the funds to the Preservation Fund's online portal, her expression thunderous as she typed my name in the "in honor of" field. Then, with me looking over her shoulder, she drafted the social media post, each word of praise for my dedication to preserving history, clearly agony for her to type. Fletcher emerged from the study an hour later, his face grim, holding out a sheet of paper. I read his confession. It was all there, the gambling, the bail, the specific amounts, the admission of no intent to repay. It was brutal, concise, and utterly humiliating. You'll need to get this notarized first thing tomorrow morning, I said, handing it back. And then send the copies. I'll want to see the postal receipts. He snatched it from me without a word. Vivian, meanwhile, was making calls, her voice a strained parody of its usual cheerful hostess tone. Sarah, darling, we're having a little get together. Yes, rather short notice, but it's important. Bailey will be here. The forced brightness was almost painful to listen to. The most significant term, Vivian's confession about the Bodleian Fellowship, hung in the air, unspoken for now, but clearly weighing heavily on her. That would be the centerpiece of her dinner party speech. Once I saw Caitlin's donation confirmation and Fletcher's signed, albeit not yet notarized letter, I decided it was time. These were concrete, irreversible steps. They were truly committing. I pulled out my phone and found Dr. Seamus Pierce's private email address. My fingers flew across the keypad, composing a carefully worded message. I outlined Albert's critical condition, attached the relevant medical files I'd discreetly obtained from the hospital, and respectfully requested his expert opinion, mentioning our previous collaborations on the medieval texts. I didn't reveal a single detail of the family drama, the conditions, the forced humiliations. My communication with him was purely professional. I hit send. Then I turned to my family, who were watching me with a mixture of hope and dread. The email is sent, I announced. A collective sigh of relief, so profound it was almost a gasp, filled the room. He's usually quite prompt, I added. We waited. It was only 10 minutes, but it felt like 10 years. Then my phone pinged. An email notification from S. Pierce. My heart leaped. I opened it, read it quickly, then read it again to be sure. I looked up at them. Vivian was twisting her rings. Caitlin was holding her breath. Fletcher was actually still. He'll review the case files immediately, I said. He says the preliminary information is intriguing from a research perspective. He'll consult with the local team via video conference tomorrow. If it's what he suspects, he's willing to fly in and operate. Vivian burst into tears, this time of genuine, unadulterated relief. Caitlin let out a choked sob. Even Fletcher managed a shaky smile. I let them have their moment. Then, as Vivian reached for her phone, presumably to update the hospital, I cleared my throat. He'll help, I confirmed, my voice cutting through their fragile joy. I watched their faces, the hope still shining in their eyes. Now, about the remaining conditions before he arrives. Specifically, Vivian, the dinner party, and your speech. I believe you have some calls to make to finalize that guest list. And Fletcher, the notary's office opens at 9. The brief flicker of relief on their faces died, replaced by the familiar dread. The price for their miracle was still being exacted. Dr. Pierce was as good as his word. He flew in 3 days later, a whirlwind of quiet authority and intense focus. The surgery was long and complex, but ultimately successful. Albert began the slow, arduous process of recovery, blissfully unaware of the gauntlet his family had run to secure the services of the brilliant surgeon by his bedside. He just knew Bailey had pulled some strings with a contact from her book world. He seemed genuinely, if vaguely, grateful. The dinner party, however, was an event for the ages. Vivian, pale but resolute, stood before a stunned assembly of relatives and acquaintances. Cousin Sarah's eyes were like saucers. Mrs. Henderson almost choked on her canapé. Vivian's voice trembled as she delivered her pre approved speech, praising my intellect, my invaluable and unique career, and the supreme irony of how my dusty old books had saved Albert's life. Her apology for years of mockery was stilted but clear. Then came the pièce de résistance, her confession about the Bodleian Fellowship. A collective gasp rippled through the room. You could have heard a pin drop. The shame radiating from her was a palpable force. Fletcher, who had dutifully sent his notarized confessions, spent the evening avoiding eye contact with Uncle Jeremiah, who looked at him with a new, profound disappointment. Caitlin, her social media post having gone mildly viral amongst their circle, accompanied by a flurry of confused and pitying comments, endured the whispers and sidelong glances with a stoic misery. The facade of the perfect, entitled family had not just cracked, it had shattered. In the weeks that followed Albert's return home, a new fragile order began to establish itself. The atmosphere in the family home when I visited to check on Albert was different. Strained, yes. Formal, definitely. But the casual dismissiveness, the ingrained expectation that I would cater to their every whim, was gone. Replaced, it seemed, by a wary, almost fearful respect. Caitlin once tried, out of habit, to ask me to just quickly look over a ridiculously expensive quote for re-landscaping her prize-winning rose garden. I'm a bit busy with a new restoration project, Caitlin, I said, my voice pleasant but firm. Perhaps Noel could help you with that. The flicker of her old entitlement died in her eyes, replaced by a hasty, "Oh, right, yes, of course." Fletcher, surprisingly, started talking about getting a real estate license. He even asked me, very politely, if I knew any good introductory courses. I offered no financial assistance, just a neutral. That sounds like a sensible path, Fletcher. I'm sure you can find resources online. He didn't push. Vivian was the most changed. She was quieter, more solicitous towards Albert, and almost timid around me. The imperious matriarch was a ghost. She once tentatively asked if I'd like her to clear out that old box of papers in the attic, clearly a peace offering related to my lost research notes. No, thank you, Vivian, I said. I've moved on from that, but I appreciate the thought. Her relief was almost comical. My life settled back into its familiar rhythms, but with a profound internal shift. The constant, low level anxiety of anticipating the next family demand was gone. My savings account, for the first time in years, was actually growing. I poured my energy into my work, securing two new exciting commissions. The fellowship I'd lost out on years ago was a distant memory. New opportunities, ones I could pursue without familial sabotage, were on the horizon. Sonia, of course, was ecstatic. You did it, Bailey, she said, raising a glass when we met for coffee. You actually did it. Justice, served cold, with a side of public humiliation. I smiled. It was satisfying. And it was. The revenge had been sweet, the justice deeply cathartic. My family bond wasn't magically healed, it was irrevocably broken and then reforged into something entirely new. Something colder, more distant, but also, paradoxically, more honest. They had Albert back? Yes. But they had lost their power over me. They had to live with the public knowledge of their past deeds, the shame of their forced confessions. That was their karma. Some might say I was harsh, unforgiving. Some might argue that family should be unconditional, but those people hadn't lived my life. They hadn't been the walking ATM, the emotional dumping ground, the perpetually undervalued daughter and sister. My family had built the cage I was in, brick by brick, with their own hands. I'd simply used the one tool they inadvertently gave me, my silly hobby, to dismantle it. I had no regrets. I had my dignity. I had my peace. And for the first time in as long as I could remember, I felt truly, unequivocally free. That, I realized, was worth more than any $5,000 orchestra or 2-carat diamond. It was priceless.
I always thought I was a patient person. Turns out 7 years of being married into Thomas's family could test the patience of a saint, and I'm definitely no saint. My name is Stacy, by the way, and for 7 long years I've navigated the treacherous waters of the Henderson clan, a family so wealthy and self-important they probably thought oxygen owed them a thank you note for breathing it. My apartment, the one I'd scrimped and saved for before Thomas and I even met, was my sanctuary. It wasn't huge, just a cozy 2 bedroom in a vibrant part of the city, sunlight always finding its way through the big windows, a mismatched collection of furniture that told the story of my life. I loved it. To them, it was a charming little starter flat, a phrase usually delivered by my mother-in-law, Naomi, with a pitying smile that made me want to scream. "Oh, Stacy, dear," Naomi would coo, her eyes sweeping over my living room during one of her rare forced visits. "It's just so intimate. How do you manage when you have people over? Not that you could have many, of course." Her daughter, Jillian, Thomas's sister, would usually be smirking beside her. "It's very practical, isn't it? I suppose it's good to be sensible with your finances when you're, well, you know." The unspoken "not like us" hung heavy in the air. And Thomas? My dear, conflict avoidant Thomas would just offer a weak, placating smile. Later, when I'd inevitably vent, he'd say, "Aw, come on, Stace. They don't mean anything by it. That's just how they are. Don't take it so personally." "Not take it personally?" I'd hiss back, usually pacing our small kitchen. "They're basically calling our home a shoebox and me a charity case, Thomas. How else am I supposed to take it?" He'd sigh, running a hand through his hair. "They're just old-fashioned. They like big houses. It's not a reflection on you." But it always felt like a reflection on me. Every family gathering at their sprawling, soulless mansion, a place so large you needed a map to find the bathroom, was an exercise in subtle and not so subtle humiliation. My clothes weren't designer enough. My job wasn't prestigious enough. My opinions weren't, well, theirs. Jillian especially seemed to take a perverse pleasure in highlighting my perceived inadequacies. At one particularly excruciating Sunday brunch, she loudly admired a new diamond bracelet her husband Parker had gifted her. "Oh, Stacy, you should get Thomas to buy you something like this. It really elevates an outfit, though I suppose it might look a bit much in your current circumstances." I just smiled tightly and said, "I prefer things with a little less sparkle and a little more soul, Jillian, but it's lovely on you." Thomas had kicked me under the table. "Be nice," he'd mouthed. Nice? I was practically a diplomat. The worst part was, I knew Thomas saw it. He wasn't stupid. He just chose every single time to prioritize their feelings, their comfort, their delicate sensibilities over mine. His spine seemed to dissolve the moment his mother or sister entered the room. Christmas was always the pinnacle of the Henderson family performance. Usually it was held at Naomi and Leonard's ostentatious estate, a command performance where everyone played their assigned roles. Naomi was the gracious, if slightly condescending queen. Leonard, her husband, was the benevolent patriarch, occasionally booming about stock prices. Jillian and Parker were the golden couple, and Thomas and I were the supporting cast, mostly there to make them look good by comparison. I dreaded it. The forced smiles, the passive-aggressive gifts, a subscription to Good Housekeeping from Naomi one year, to give you some ideas, dear, the endless parade of their achievements. This year, with December looming, a familiar knot of anxiety began to tighten in my stomach. I was already mentally preparing my excuses for early departure, my practiced smiles, my non-committal grunts in response to their barbs. I just wanted to get through it, to retreat back to my little apartment and breathe. Then, last Tuesday afternoon, my phone buzzed. The caller ID flashed, Naomi. My stomach didn't just sink, it plummeted straight through the floor, probably landing somewhere in the apartment below. I took a deep breath, plastered on a fake smile I knew she couldn't see but could probably sense, and answered, Stacy, dear. Her voice was like poisoned honey, sickeningly sweet. I have the most wonderful idea for Christmas this year. I swear I could hear the universe chuckling. Or maybe that was just the sound of my last nerve finally snapping. Oh, I managed, trying to keep my voice light, though I felt a cold dread creeping up my spine. Wonderful how, Naomi? Well, dear, she began, and I could practically hear the smug smile in her voice. We were all thinking, and it was rather a collective inspiration, really, that it's high time you had a chance to host. I gripped the phone tighter. Host? Yes, Christmas for all of us. Here in the city, she chirped, as if suggesting a casual coffee. It'll be such a lovely change of pace from the usual fuss at our place. And, she added, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial, patronizing tone, it'll be good practice for you, dear, for when you and Thomas finally manage to get a proper house. You know, learn the ropes of entertaining a larger group. In the background, I heard a distinct sharp sound, a snort, a giggle. It had to be Jillian. My blood pressure spiked. 22 people. That was the usual Henderson Christmas head count. 22 people in my two-bedroom apartment, which comfortably seated 6 for dinner, maybe 8 if we got creative with floor cushions. I glanced around my living room, my sanctuary. I pictured Uncle Theo, with his booming laugh and tendency to spill red wine, squeezed onto my beloved vintage armchair. I imagined Aunt Presley, who chain-smoked on any available balcony, turning my small plant-filled one into an ashtray. I envisioned a swarm of hyperactive Henderson cousins ransacking my bookshelves. Naomi, I started, trying to sound reasonable, my apartment. It's really not set up for that many people. It's quite small, as you know. Nonsense, dear, she trilled. It's all about being resourceful. Think of it as a fun challenge. Cozy, that's the word. It'll be a truly cozy Christmas. Jillian is already so excited, aren't you, darling? A muffled, enthusiastic totally came from Jillian's direction. I looked desperately at the empty space beside me on the sofa, wishing Thomas were there. He wasn't. He was at some after-work drinks thing with his colleagues. I really don't think. Oh, don't be such a worrywart, Stacy. We'll all pitch in, of course. Well, not with the cooking or cleaning, naturally. That's the hostess's purview, but we'll bring our charming selves. She laughed, a brittle, unpleasant sound. It's settled, then. We'll descend around noon on Christmas Eve. Gives you plenty of time to prepare. So thrilled you're on board, dear. Ta-ta. And she hung up, just like that. A royal decree. My Christmas, my home, my sanity, all commandeered. The silence in my apartment felt deafening. I sank onto the sofa, the phone clattering from my numb fingers. Humiliation washed over me, hot and sharp. It wasn't just the imposition, the sheer audacity of it. It was the casual cruelty, the delight they so clearly took in putting me in this impossible, demeaning position. Good practice. As if I were a child playing house. When Thomas finally strolled in an hour later, smelling faintly of beer and corporate cheer, I was still sitting there, a storm brewing inside me. Hey, he said, dropping his keys on the counter. Rough day? Your mother called, I said, my voice flat. Oh, yeah? What's up? He opened the fridge, peering inside. She informed me that I'm hosting Christmas for the entire family. Here. He paused, milk carton in hand. He didn't look surprised, and not even a flicker. He just looked at me, and then he offered a weak, hesitant smile. Oh, right. Yeah, she mentioned she might suggest that. My jaw tightened. She mentioned it. When? Last week, I think. Maybe the week before. He finally closed the fridge, turning to face me fully. Look, Stace, it could be fun. A bit of a squeeze, sure, but we can make the best of it. It'll be an adventure. An adventure? My voice rose despite my efforts to keep it level. Thomas, she said it was good practice for me. Jillian was snickering in the background. They're doing this to mock me, to mock us, and our home. He sighed, that familiar, weary sigh he always used when he didn't want to deal with something. Come on, don't be dramatic. Mum just wants everyone together. And maybe she's right. A bit of a challenge could be good. Show them what you can do. The betrayal was a physical ache in my chest. He knew for at least a week, possibly longer, that this ambush was coming, and he hadn't said a word. He hadn't defended me, hadn't tried to dissuade her, hadn't even given me a heads up so I could prepare myself. He'd just let me walk right into it. You knew about this for a week? I asked, my voice dangerously quiet now. And you didn't think to tell me? He shifted uncomfortably. I didn't want to stress you out. I figured she might not even go through with it. Stress me out? A cold fury, unlike anything I'd ever felt before, began to settle deep in my bones. It was chillingly calm, terrifyingly clear. He hadn't wanted to stress me out, or he hadn't wanted to deal with the inevitable argument with his mother's displeasure if he dared to push back. I knew the answer. I stood up, my movements precise. I walked over to him, looked him straight in the eye. The weak smile faltered on his lips. Fine, I said, my voice devoid of any emotion except that icy calm. I'll host Christmas. He blinked, relief washing over his face. Great, see? I knew you'd come around. It'll be memorable, I finished for him, turning away. Oh, it would be memorable, all right, just not in the way any of them expected. The next few days I was the picture of reluctant compliance. Whenever Naomi called with helpful suggestions, which were really just thinly veiled criticisms of my usual taste, I'd listen patiently. Now, Stacy, dear, for the turkey, she'd say, her voice dripping with condescension. You simply must get a heritage bird, none of those dreadful supermarket things. And for the stuffing, I have a family recipe. It's rather complex, but I suppose you can try your best. Of course, Naomi, I'd reply, my voice a perfect blend of meekness and gratitude. Thank you for the guidance. Jillian even sent me a Pinterest board titled Christmas Inspo for Small Spaces and Budgets. It was full of DIY decorations made from paper plates and glitter. I wanted to throw my phone across the room. Instead, I texted back, So creative, Jilly. Thanks. Thomas, bless his oblivious heart, was thrilled. See, he said one evening, beaming at me as I pretended to sketch out a seating plan that involved people practically sitting in each other's laps. You're handling this so well. I knew you could. Mum's actually impressed, you know. She said you're being very mature about it. Mature, right. If only he knew the thoughts that were really occupying my mind. While I was nodding along to Naomi's lectures on the proper way to fold a napkin, apparently my usual method was appallingly rustic. I wasn't actually envisioning 22 Hendersons crammed into my living room. Oh no, my plans were grander, much, much grander. The seed had been planted that night after Thomas's casual betrayal. It started as a wild, impossible fantasy, a way to cope with the rage. But the more I thought about it, the more it took shape, twisting from a daydream into something tangible, something audacious, something that might actually work. The real turning point, the moment that erased any lingering speck of doubt Any misguided loyalty I might have still felt towards Thomas came a few days later. He was out playing squash with Parker, a weekly ritual I usually appreciated for the peace and quiet. I was tidying up and his tablet was lying on the coffee table, screen dark. We shared it sometimes, mostly for streaming movies. On a whim, I picked it up. It wasn't password protected. A notification banner was at the top of the screen, a new message in a group chat. The group chat name? Operation Humble Stacy. My blood ran cold. My fingers trembled slightly as I tapped it open. The participants were Naomi, Jillian, and Thomas, my husband. The messages scrolled back for weeks, maybe even months. Naomi. Just had another chat with T. He's on board with the Christmas idea, thinks it's for the best. Jillian. LOL. Can't wait to see her face. Does she even own enough plates? Betting $50 she has a meltdown by Christmas Eve dinner. Naomi. Jillian, be nice. It's a learning experience for her. Though I'll take that bet. $100 says she's crying before the appetizers are even served. Parker, via Jillian presumably. Make it $150. This is going to be comedy gold. My eyes scanned frantically, searching for Thomas's contributions, and there they were. Thomas, she's been a bit uppity lately, needs to be taken down a peg or two. Thomas, agreed. She needs to learn her place. This will be good for her. Thomas, don't worry, I'll manage her. She'll complain, but she'll do it. She always does. She needs to learn her place. The words burned into my brain. This wasn't just passive Thomas, conflict avoidant Thomas, too weak to stand up to his mother. This was malicious Thomas. This was Thomas actively, gleefully participating in a scheme to humiliate his own wife. This Christmas challenge wasn't a spur-of-the-moment power play by Naomi. It was a premeditated collaborative effort designed to break me, and my husband was in on it. He was betting on my failure. I closed the tablet, my hand surprisingly steady. The cold fury from the other night returned, but now it was sharpened, honed into a diamond-hard resolve. There was no more room for hurt, only a chilling, exhilarating clarity. They wanted to teach me a lesson? Oh, a lesson would be taught, all right. I picked up my phone. My thumb hovered over Leah's name. My best friend, my rock. The one person who had always seen the Hendersons for what they were and had never understood what I saw in Thomas, especially lately. I pressed call. Leah? It's Stacy. My voice was calm, almost serene. Are you free to talk? I have an idea for Christmas. A really, really good idea. I walked over to the window, looking out at the city lights. Oh, it will be good for someone, I murmured to myself, a ghost of a smile playing on my lips. But it won't be me learning a lesson. Spill, Leah said, her voice crackling with anticipation through the phone. I could practically hear her settling in, probably with a glass of wine. And don't leave out a single juicy detail. I've been waiting 7 years for you to go full scorched earth on those people. And so I told her everything. Naomi's decree, Thomas's initial betrayal, and then the gut punch of the Operation Humble Stacy group chat. Leah listened, punctuating my story with gasps, outraged squawks, and the occasional, "That absolute bastard!" When I finally laid out the embryonic stages of my revenge plan, there was a moment of stunned silence on her end. Then she let out a slow whistle. Stacy, my God, that is diabolical, and I absolutely love it. You're a twisted genius. So you're in? I asked, a genuine smile finally breaking through. In? Honey, I'll drive the getaway car. Metaphorically speaking, of course, mostly. With Leah as my enthusiastic if virtual co-conspirator, the plan began to take on a beautiful sharp-edged clarity. She was brilliant at brainstorming the tricky bits, the little details that would make it all seamless. My first move was to call Naomi. I dialed her number, took a deep breath, and put on my best dutiful daughter-in-law voice. Naomi, hi, it's Stacy. I was just doing some more planning for Christmas, and I had a few questions if you have a moment. Of course, dear, she said, her tone implying she was doing me a massive favor. What is it now? Well, I began, feigning a slight tremor of anxiety, I really want to make this special. You know, to show you all how much I appreciate everything. So I was thinking about the menu. You mentioned the heritage turkey, of course. But what about side dishes? Are there any particular family favorites I absolutely must include to make it a truly memorable Henderson Christmas? I could almost hear her preen. Well, dear, since you ask, Uncle Theo simply must have his creamed onions, the way my grandmother used to make them, and Jillian adores my special cranberry compote. It has a touch of Grand Marnier, very sophisticated. And Leonard, well, Leonard has a weakness for a proper rich gravy. She prattled on for another 10 minutes, listing off increasingly elaborate and expensive-sounding dishes, all while I made encouraging noises and diligently took notes. And champagne, of course, she concluded, a good quality one, nothing too frugal. Of course, I echoed, only the best for the family. The next part was trickier, securing Leonard's credit card details. Leah and I workshopped a few ideas. A fake charity donation? Too complicated. Offering to buy a group gift for a distant relative they all pretended to like? Plausible. Then inspiration struck. Leonard loved to feel important, to be seen as a man of taste and discernment, especially in front of me, the unsophisticated daughter-in-law. A few days later I called him directly. Leonard, it's Stacy. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Stacy, no, just reviewing some portfolios. What can I do for you? His voice was gruff but not unkind. He was generally less overtly hostile than Naomi or Jillian, more dismissively patronizing. Well, I said, injecting a note of newfound, slightly nervous ambition into my voice, I was thinking, since everyone is coming into the city and I really want to make an effort this year, I had an idea for a little pre-Christmas treat. I found this rather lovely little wine bar, quite exclusive, and I thought it might be nice to arrange a small private wine tasting for the family on, say, the 23rd. Just something simple, a few select vintages, some artisanal cheeses, a little touch of class, you know. There was a pause. I could almost hear the cogs turning in his head. Stacy, showing initiative, suggesting something upscale. A wine tasting, eh? He said, a hint of surprise in his tone. That's not a bad idea, Stacy. Not bad at all. Showing a bit of sophistication. Good. Thank you, Leonard, I said, trying not to gag on the forced humility. The only thing is the venue is quite popular, and to secure a private booking, they require a credit card on file for incidentals just to hold the reservation. I was wondering, since my credit limit isn't terribly high, if I could possibly use yours just for the booking. I'll handle all the actual costs myself, of course, from my savings. It's just to secure the spot. I held my breath. This was the crucial moment. He grunted. Sensible to book ahead. Don't want to miss out. All right, Stacy, just for the booking, you say? Absolutely, I chirped. Just a formality. Very well. He then proceeded to read out his Amex Platinum card number, expiration date, and CVV code. I scribbled them down, my hand shaking almost imperceptibly. See that you handle it properly now. Don't want any mishaps. Of course, Leonard. Thank you so much. This will be a wonderful start to the Christmas festivities. After I hung up, I stared at the string of numbers on the notepad. A slow, predatory smile spread across my face. I picked up my phone and sent a text to Leah. Phase 1 complete. The eagle has landed his plastic. Her reply came back almost instantly. Yes, Operation Humble Them is a go. The moment Leonard's credit card details were safely in my possession, I moved fast. There was no actual wine tasting, of course. That little fib had served its purpose beautifully. My real target was far more ambitious. I spent the next hour on the website of the Grand Hotel, the most exclusive, most opulent, most ridiculously expensive hotel in the city. The kind of place the Hendersons aspired to be seen in, but probably only for a fancy dinner, not an overnight stay unless someone else was footing the bill. I navigated straight to their suites, the presidential suite. It was palatial. Multiple bedrooms, a dining room that could seat a small army, a private terrace with city views, a grand piano, which I was sure none of them could play, and a price tag that made my eyes water, even knowing I wouldn't be the one paying. Perfect. I booked it for 2 nights, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Using Leonard's card, I paid the hefty deposit, then called the hotel's concierge services. Good afternoon, I said, my voice oozing polite confidence. I'm calling regarding a booking for the presidential suite under the name Henderson. I'd like to arrange a few enhancements for our stay. The concierge, a smooth-voiced man named Jean-Pierre, was all professional courtesy. Certainly, madam, how may we assist you? We'll require private catering for Christmas Eve dinner and Christmas Day lunch. Something festive but very high-end. Think lobster, caviar, prime rib, and an open bar fully stocked with premium spirits and, of course, an excellent selection of champagne, your best, naturally. I could almost hear Naomi's voice echoing in my head. Nothing too frugal. And could you ensure there are lavish floral arrangements throughout the suite, and perhaps some age-appropriate high-end stocking stuffers for the younger members of the party, and a few extra bathrobes, the fluffiest ones you have? I kept adding requests, each one more extravagant than the last, all to be charged to the room. Jean-Pierre took it all in stride, assuring me everything would be magnifique. Once the hotel arrangements were locked in, it was time for the invitation. I spent an evening designing a beautiful, elegant Evite, gold lettering on a deep crimson background, tasteful snowflakes drifting across the design. It looked incredibly expensive. The text read, "Dearest Family." This year, I wanted to do something truly special for Christmas to express my gratitude for all your guidance and support over the years. As a token of my appreciation, please accept this invitation for an unforgettable Christmas celebration. Join us for an all-expenses-paid luxury experience at the Grand Hotel in the Presidential Suite from noon on December 24th until checkout on December 26th. All catering, beverages, and festive cheer will be provided. My gift to the family. With love and anticipation, Stacy, I hit send, and the Evite winged its way to 22 Henderson email addresses, including Thomas's. I pictured their faces, the initial confusion, the dawning disbelief, and then inevitably, the greed. It didn't take long. My phone started buzzing within minutes. First a text from Jillian. "Stacy? Is this for real? The Grand?" Then a call from Thomas, his voice a mixture of shock and something I couldn't quite decipher. Was it pride or suspicion? "Stace, what is this? The presidential suite? How?" "It's my Christmas gift to the family, sweetie," I said, my voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. "I've been saving up. I just wanted to do something nice to show everyone how much I care." "But the cost?" he stammered. "Don't you worry your pretty little head about that," I cooed. "It's all taken care of." The Hendersons, after their initial shock, reacted exactly as I'd predicted. They were suspicious at first. How could Stacy afford this? Was it a trick? Then their inherent arrogance and sense of entitlement kicked in. Of course, Stacy was finally trying to impress them. She'd probably taken out a massive loan, or maybe Thomas was secretly bankrolling it to make her look good. Either way, a free luxury Christmas. They weren't about to question it too closely. The pinnacle was the call from Naomi. Her voice, usually so sharp and critical, was practically purring. "Stacy, darling," she began, a tone of astonished approval I'd never heard from her before. "We received your rather extravagant invitation. The Grand Hotel, my. I just wanted everyone to have a wonderful, relaxing Christmas, Naomi," I said, laying it on thick. "You all deserve to be pampered." "Well, it's certainly a gesture," she conceded. Then her voice softened, almost conspiratorially. "Perhaps there's hope for you yet, dear, learning to appreciate the finer things. Leonard is quite impressed. He said you even organized a little wine tasting beforehand. Very thoughtful." I could barely contain the smirk threatening to split my face. "I just want everyone to have an unforgettable Christmas," I repeated, my voice a perfect imitation of sincerity. "Oh, I'm sure it will be, dear," Naomi said, practically cooing now. "Quite unforgettable." Unforgettable. She had no idea. Christmas Eve arrived, and with it the Henderson horde. They didn't so much enter the presidential suite at the Grand Hotel as descend upon it, a swarm of locusts in expensive, slightly too loud resort wear. Their eyes, wide and gleaming with avarice, scanned the opulent surroundings, the soaring ceilings, the plush velvet sofas, the glittering chandeliers, the panoramic city views. "Well, Stacy," Naomi declared, sweeping into the grand salon as if she owned the place, which in a way she temporarily did, or at least her husband's credit card did. "I must say this is adequate." Coming from her, that was practically a rave review. Jillian, right behind her, let out a low whistle. "Not bad, Stace, not bad at all. Did Thomas win the lottery or something?" She winked, a sly, knowing look that implied I was clearly incapable of orchestrating, let alone funding such extravagance. "I told you it's my treat," I said, smiling sweetly, playing the gracious if slightly overwhelmed hostess. "Please, everyone, make yourselves at home. Champagne is chilling." And make themselves at home they did. Within minutes Uncle Theo had claimed the best armchair, his booming voice echoing through the suite as he demanded someone find the sports channel on the enormous flat-screen TV. Aunt Presley immediately located the private terrace and lit up a cigarette, flicking ash into a potted orchid. The various cousins, ranging in age from preteen to early 20s, tore through the suite like a pack of sugared-up hyenas, opening every door, bouncing on the beds, and loudly debating who got which of the lavishly appointed guest rooms. The hotel staff, bless their professional souls, were models of polite efficiency, but I saw the occasional flicker of bewilderment in their eyes as they navigated the chaos. Waiters circulated with silver trays laden with champagne flutes and elaborate canapes. The Hendersons grabbed them without a word of thanks, often talking right through the staff as if they were invisible. "More champagne?" bellowed Leonard from across the room, snapping his fingers at a passing waiter who looked barely old enough to shave. "And tell them to bring up those lobster puffs again," Jillian called out, her mouth full. "These are divine. You should get the recipe, Stacy, though you'd probably mess it up in your tiny kitchen." I just smiled. "Of course, Jillian, I'll ask." "Thomas, dear," oblivious Thomas was beaming. He floated around the suite, a proud peacock, clearly believing I had finally, miraculously, won his family over. He kept patting my arm, whispering, "See, they love it. You're doing great, Stace." He seemed to genuinely think this display of opulence was a sincere gesture on my part, a desperate attempt to curry favor. The irony was almost too delicious. Throughout the evening, I played my role to perfection. I fetched drinks. I laughed at their terrible jokes. I nodded sympathetically when Naomi complained that the caviar, while acceptable, wasn't quite the same quality as the beluga she'd had on her last cruise. With every fresh bottle of champagne popped, every extravagant dish devoured, every new demand made upon the hotel staff, I made a mental note. I'd had a quiet word with Jean-Pierre, the concierge, earlier. Any additional charges, I'd murmured, slipping him a generous tip from my own cash. Any breakages, any special requests from my enthusiastic family members, please ensure they are added directly to Mr. Leonard Henderson's room account. He's insisted on covering all incidentals. Jean-Pierre had given me a discreet, understanding nod. But of course, madam, consider it done. The night wore on, a blur of forced cheer and blatant excess. They complimented me in their backhanded way. "You're finally learning how to do things properly, Stacy," Parker, Jillian's equally smug husband, remarked, swirling a glass of eye-wateringly expensive single malt Scotch. "Though I dread to think what this is costing you." He winked at Thomas. "It's worth every penny to see you all so happy," I replied, my smile unwavering. The climax of the evening's unintentional destruction came courtesy of Uncle Theo. Already several sheets to the wind, he was attempting an animated retelling of some tedious business anecdote, gesticulating wildly with a half-eaten vol au vent in one hand and a full glass of red wine in the other. His arm caught the edge of a delicate, antique-looking porcelain vase perched on a nearby console table. It wobbled, then crashed to the marble floor, shattering into a dozen pieces. A collective gasp went around the room, followed by an awkward silence. Uncle Theo just blinked owlishly at the mess. "Oops, Butterfingers." Jillian, after a moment, let out a tinkling laugh. "Oh, don't worry about it, Uncle Theo. It's probably just some cheap hotel tat. Stacy's got this covered, right, Stace?" She looked at me, a challenging glint in her eye. I met her gaze, my smile serene, almost beatific. "Of course, Jillian. Don't give it another thought. Everything is taken care of." As a liveried hotel attendant discreetly appeared to sweep up the porcelain shards, I caught Jean-Pierre's eye across the room. He gave me the smallest, almost imperceptible nod. The cost of one antique Qing Dynasty replica vase was now happily residing on Leonard's growing tab. This Christmas was indeed proving to be unforgettable. Christmas morning dawned, or rather staggered into existence. The presidential suite looked like a Romanov palace after a particularly rowdy peasant uprising. Champagne flutes lay abandoned on every surface, some still holding dregs of bubbly, others overturned in sticky puddles. Canapé crumbs littered the expensive rugs. A stray sequin from someone's party dress glittered forlornly under the grand piano. The Hendersons emerged slowly one by one, looking considerably less glamorous than the night before. They were hungover, bleary-eyed, and already complaining. "Ugh, my head," groaned Jillian, flopping onto a chaise lounge, still in her silk pajamas. "Someone get me a mimosa, and tell room service to be quick about it. This Stacy-sponsored luxury is something I could get used to." Naomi, surprisingly chipper despite the carnage, was already mentally redecorating the suite. "You know, Stacy, if you'd chosen a slightly different color palette for the floral arrangements, it would have been much more effective. But a good effort, dear, a good effort. We'll have to do this again next year, perhaps a ski chalet in Aspen?" They lounged around, picking at the remnants of the Christmas Day brunch I'd pre-ordered. More lobster, more prime rib, more champagne, completely oblivious, utterly entitled. They discussed their presents, compared their hauls, and made casual dismissive remarks about the charming, if rather small, gifts I'd given them, thoughtful, carefully chosen books and artisanal chocolates, which had clearly been overshadowed by the sheer scale of the suite. Around 11:30, as the designated checkout time of noon approached, they began to gather their belongings, a slow, reluctant process. There was no sense of urgency, no thought of settling any bills. Why would there be? Stacy was covering it all, good old, easily manipulated Stacy. I watched them, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on my lips. I'd already packed my small overnight bag, the one I'd actually brought, and it was waiting discreetly by the service entrance. My real luggage was already in a taxi en route to the airport. Just as Leonard was barking at Thomas to find that blasted bellhop for the bags, a distinguished figure appeared at the main doorway of the suite. It was Mr. Flores, the hotel manager, looking impeccably professional in his tailored suit, a polite but firm smile on his face. He held a leather-bound folder. "Good morning, Mr. Henderson," he said, his voice calm and clear, cutting through the general hubbub. "I trust you and your family enjoyed your Christmas stay with us at the Grand?" Leonard puffed out his chest. Yes, very satisfactory. Excellent service. My daughter-in-law, Stacy, arranged it all. Quite the surprise." He gestured vaguely in my direction. I offered a bland, pleasant smile. "Indeed," Mr. Flores said, his gaze briefly flicking towards me before returning to Leonard. "If you'd just like to come to the front desk at your convenience, sir, we can settle the account for your stay, the catering, the private bar service, and, of course," he paused delicately, "any incidental damages." He opened the folder, revealing a very, very long, itemized bill. A sudden, sharp silence fell over the room. Naomi, who had been examining her reflection in a gilded mirror, froze. Jillian stopped mid-sip of her mimosa. Leonard blinked. "Settle the account? What are you talking about? Stacy paid for everything. It was her gift." He chuckled, a dismissive, slightly confused sound. "Isn't that right, Stacy?" All eyes turned to me. I maintained my serene smile. "I made the initial arrangements, Leonard, as my gift for the first night's accommodation. As I recall, you kindly offered your card to secure the booking and cover any additional expenses beyond that." Mr. Flores nodded smoothly. "That is correct, Mr. Henderson. The initial deposit covered the suite for Christmas Eve, all subsequent charges for Christmas Day, the extensive catering, the fully stocked open bar, the floral arrangements, the premium stocking stuffers, the additional staff overtime for the holiday, and, of course, the replacement costs for the antique Qing Dynasty replica vase have been charged to the card you provided at booking." He even produced a small, neatly printed copy of the credit card authorization slip, the one Leonard had presumably signed when he checked in under the assumption it was a mere formality. Leonard's signature was clearly visible. The color drained from Leonard's face. He snatched the bill from Mr. Flores, his eyes scanning the columns of figures, his jaw slackening with every line. Naomi let out a strangled shriek. "Leonard, what is the meaning of this? What is that number at the bottom?" Jillian's perfectly made-up face was a mask of pale horror. Parker looked like he was about to be sick. Uncle Theo, miraculously somewhat sober, just stared, his mouth agape. There must be some mistake," Leonard finally sputtered, his voice hoarse. This is outrageous. Stacy, you said—" Thomas, who had been standing by silently, a confused frown on his face, finally seemed to grasp the enormity of what was happening. His head whipped towards me, his eyes wide with dawning horrified comprehension. The look on his face, a cocktail of disbelief, betrayal, and sheer panic, was almost worth the price of admission. Almost. By then, I was already slipping out the service door, my small bag in hand, the sounds of chaos erupting behind me, Naomi's escalating shrieks, Leonard's sputtering protests, Jillian's incredulous wails were music to my ears. I didn't look back. My phone was already switched off. My pre-booked taxi was waiting. As it pulled away from the Grand Hotel, heading towards the airport, I allowed myself a small, satisfied sigh. I had only one regret, that I couldn't see their faces in person as the full weight of that bill, a figure well into the 5 digits, possibly nudging 6, truly sank in. But then again, imagination can be wonderfully vivid. I was already picturing it as I settled into my business class seat, sipping complimentary champagne on a flight to a secluded beach in Thailand, a world away from the Henderson Christmas catastrophe. The turquoise water lapped gently at the white sand, a soothing counterpoint to the faint reggae music drifting from the beach bar. I took another sip of my mango smoothie, the sun warm on my skin. It had been, I calculated, about 72 hours since the Hendersons' Christmas morning surprise, 72 hours of blissful, uninterrupted silence from that particular quarter. My old phone, the one with the Henderson-adjacent contacts, was probably a smoldering wreck of missed calls and furious texts by now. I'd left it with Leah, with strict instructions to only power it on occasionally, purely for her own amusement, and to relay only the most pertinent or entertaining updates to my new untraceable Thai SIM card. My new phone buzzed on the sarong beside me. It was Leah. "You are an absolute legend," she said without preamble. Her voice was thick with laughter. "I just checked the old phone. 37 missed calls from Thomas, 12 from Naomi, 8 from Jillian, and a string of voicemails that are pure gold. You want the highlights?" "Give me the short version," I said, smiling. "I'm trying to achieve inner peace here." "Okay, short version. Thomas went through the 5 stages of grief in record time, started with confused pleading, moved to angry demands for an explanation, then descended into something resembling a toddler's tantrum, and finally landed on bitter accusations. Naomi's were mostly incoherent shrieking about ruin and ingratitude. Jillian seems to think you've committed a federal crime." "And the bill?" I asked, unable to resist. "Oh, the bill," Leah chuckled. "From what I can gather from Thomas's incoherent ramblings about financial Armageddon, it was substantial. Apparently Leonard tried to dispute it, but the Grand had impeccable records, including signed authorizations for every last bottle of vintage champagne and every broken piece of porcelain. They even had CCTV footage of Uncle Theo's vase-smashing incident. He's now claiming you drugged him." "Charming," I said, taking another sip of my smoothie. "And the family dynamic?" "Fractured. Spectacularly so. Apparently there was a massive screaming match in the hotel lobby. Naomi is blaming Leonard for giving you his card. Leonard is blaming Thomas for marrying you. Jillian is blaming everyone. Word is they had to put a significant portion on a high-interest emergency loan because Leonard's Amex was, shall we say, maxed out beyond its wildest dreams. Their precious social standing is taking a bit of a nosedive as whispers of the Henderson Hotel horror start to circulate amongst their snooty friends. "Karma," I murmured, watching a small crab scuttle across the sand. "It's a beautiful thing." "Indeed. So what's next for Stacy, international woman of mystery and financial retribution?" "Divorce papers are already with my lawyer, filed the morning I left," I said. "She has instructions to serve Thomas as soon as I give the word, which will be soon." "Good girl. No looking back. None whatsoever." After I hung up with Leah, I lay back on the sun lounger, feeling a profound sense of lightness I hadn't experienced in years. It wasn't just the satisfaction of the revenge, though that was undeniably sweet. It was the liberation. The oppressive weight of the Hendersons, of Thomas's weakness, of constantly feeling small and undervalued, had lifted. My marriage. It was a casualty, yes, but a necessary one. It had been dead for a long time. I just hadn't been ready to sign the death certificate. The Operation Humble Stacy chat had been the final, irrefutable proof. Thomas hadn't just failed to protect me, he'd actively participated in trying to tear me down. There was no coming back from that. The price of my freedom and self-respect had been the implosion of that toxic dynamic, and it was a price I'd paid gladly. I thought about those voicemails Leah had described. The sheer panic, the fury, the dawning realization that their carefully constructed world of entitlement had been so spectacularly and publicly shattered by the one person they'd consistently underestimated. A genuine, unburdened smile touched my lips. I picked up my fresh, untainted phone and scrolled through photos of the local scenery, planning my afternoon, perhaps a boat trip to a nearby island, or maybe just another smoothie and a good book. The future stretched out before me, bright and unencumbered. Some gifts, I mused to the gentle rhythm of the waves, truly do keep on giving. And this gift, the one I had given myself, was the best one of all.
The sheriff's email hit my inbox like a bomb. Notice of lien, property at 2487 Maple Drive. My hands trembled as I clicked open the attachment, coffee forgotten on my desk. A court-ordered lien against my house, for debts I never made. I'm Nicole, and I've spent the last decade being the good daughter. You know the type, the responsible one who gets straight A's, lands the tech job, and somehow becomes the family ATM. While my younger sister Paige floated through life on charm and second chances, I built everything I have brick by brick. You won't believe this, I said into my phone, pacing my office. My co-worker Harry's calm voice answered, What happened? Someone's taken out loans using my house as collateral, but I never signed anything. Are you sure? Harry asked. Check your documents. I already knew, the same way I knew who was behind this, the same people who'd been living in my house for the past 3 years, rent-free, treating it like their castle, while I paid every bill. My mother's voice echoed from childhood. Nicole, help your sister with her homework. Nicole, lend Paige your new dress. Nicole, your sister needs money for college. Always Nicole, always giving, always responsible. I drove home that evening, my grip tight on the steering wheel. The 2-story colonial I'd bought with my own money stood proud against the setting sun. My parents' cars sat in the driveway, the new SUV they needed that I helped pay for. Inside, Mum was cooking dinner. Nicole, you're home early, she said, not looking up from her phone. Dad sat in his usual spot watching TV. I placed the printed email on the kitchen counter. Can someone explain this? Mum glanced at it, her face unchanged. Oh, that? Your father handled the paperwork. We needed to help Paige with some expenses. You used my house as collateral without asking me. Dad finally looked over. We had your information from when you were younger. It's not a big deal. Paige will pay it back eventually. Eventually? My voice cracked. Like the student loans she never paid, or the credit cards you maxed out in my name. Don't be dramatic, Mum said, stirring something that smelled like garlic. Family helps family. You're doing so well in your career. It's your duty to help your sister. I laughed a hollow sound. My duty? I bought this house. I pay the mortgage, the utilities, the property tax, and now you're taking out loans against it? Speaking of Paige, Dad interrupted, she's moving in next week. That boyfriend of hers turned out to be trouble, and she needs a fresh start. The room spun. Moving in? Here? Of course here, Mum said brightly. Where else would she go? You have all this space, and a family should stick together. You'll need to clear out that office of yours. Paige needs her own room. And her bills? I asked, already knowing the answer. Dad's fist hit the table. You owe us. We raised you, put you through school. I had scholarships, I cut in. I worked 3 jobs. I paid my own way. That's enough. He stood up, towering over me like he used to when I was small. This is what family does. Your sister needs help and you're going to provide it. End of discussion. I felt something snap inside me, not breaking, but clicking into place. Quietly, I reached into my bag and pressed a button on the voice recorder I'd started carrying months ago. Sometimes the responsible one isn't just responsible. They're ready. You're right, I said, my voice steady. This is what family does, and I've got quite a collection of what our family does. Mum turned from the stove, something flickering in her eyes. Worry? Recognition? What's that supposed to mean? I picked up my bag, the recorder safely tucked away. It means I'm done being the family bank, and you might want to read the fine print on those loans you took out in my name. Fraud has such interesting legal consequences. Are you threatening us? Dad's voice rose. No, I said, heading for the door. I'm just finally being responsible. For myself. I walked out, leaving them stammering behind me. In my car, I pulled out my phone and dialed Harry's number. Hey, I said when he answered. Remember that lawyer you mentioned? I need their number. You okay? He asked. I watched the kitchen light through the window, where my parents were probably already calling Paige to warn her. No, I said honestly, but I will be. 3 days later, my phone buzzed with Mum's familiar guilt trip text. Family dinner tonight. Don't disappoint us again. I knew what this meant. An ambush disguised as reconciliation. I spent the afternoon with Harry reviewing documents from the bank. Look at these signatures, he said, pointing to loan papers from years ago. They used your information when you turned 18. Before I even had my first real job, I muttered. They were planning this for years. You should skip dinner, Harry suggested. Nothing good comes from these setups. But I went anyway, recorder in my purse, wearing the armour of a woman who'd finally had enough. The house smelled like Mum's lasagna, her go-to manipulation meal. There's my successful daughter, Dad called as I walked in. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Paige sat at the table, looking wounded and fragile in that practised way of hers. Nicole, she whimpered, I can't believe you're being so difficult about this. I really need you right now. I took my seat silently. Mum brought out the lasagna, serving Paige first. Always Paige first. We've been talking, Mum started, her voice honey-sweet, and we think we've found a solution that works for everyone. Everyone meaning Paige, I said. Dad's fork clattered against his plate. Watch your tone, young lady. I'm 32, Dad, not exactly a young lady anymore. Well, you're acting like a child, Mum cut in. Paige needs a fresh start. Aaron turned out to be terrible with money. I couldn't help but laugh. Unlike Paige, who's fantastic with it, especially when it's my money. That's not fair. Paige's eyes welled up with tears. I'm trying my best. Your best? I pulled out my phone, opening my banking app. Let's talk about your best. Last year alone, $6,000 for your car repairs, $4,000 for dental work, $3,000 for that business venture that never happened. We're not here to discuss the past, Dad interrupted. We're here to talk about moving forward. Paige moves in next week. You'll clear out your office, and we'll need you to cover her car payments until she finds a new job. No? The silence was deafening. What did you say? Dad's face reddened. I said no, not happening. In fact, I reached into my bag. I have something for all of you. I pulled out 3 identical envelopes. What's this? Mum asked, not touching hers. Eviction notices. You have 30 days to vacate my property. Paige burst into tears. Mum's face went white. Dad stood up so fast his chair fell backward. You ungrateful little, he started. I pressed play on my recorder, his voice from 3 days ago filling the room. We used your information. Paige will pay it back eventually. I have years of recordings, I said calmly. Conversations about using my social security number, about hiding bills in my name, about the loans you took out when I was barely legal. You recorded us, Mum whispered. Your own family? Family? I stood up slowly. Family doesn't commit fraud. Family doesn't steal identities. Family doesn't treat their daughter like an endless resource to be drained. We gave you everything, Dad shouted. You gave me trauma and trust issues. You gave Paige entitlement and irresponsibility, quite the inheritance. Paige was sobbing now, mascara running. How could you do this to me? To you? I turned to her. I bought my first car at 16, working at a grocery store. Where did you get your first car? Oh, right, I paid for it. That's different, Mum protested. She needed boundaries. I slapped the table. She needed parents, not enablers, and I needed a family, not parasites. Dad stepped toward me, finger pointed. You owe us everything you have. We raised you. You raised me to be responsible, I cut him off. Congratulations. I'm being responsible. 30 days. Get out of my house. I walked to the door, their protests following me, Paige's wails, Mum's threats, Dad's anger. It all washed over me like old static. One more thing, I turned back. I've frozen all my accounts and credit. Try using my information again, and the next papers you get won't be just eviction notices. In my car, I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. My phone lit up with messages, all caps, guilt trips, threats. I blocked each number methodically. Harry texted, "How'd it go?" "They know now," I replied. "The war's about to start." "You okay?" I started my car, watching through the window as my family huddled together, probably already planning their next move. "No," I typed back, "but for the first time in years I'm being honest about it." The next morning, I met Harry at a coffee shop downtown, spreading documents across the table like battle plans. Bank statements, credit reports, loan applications, years of financial abuse laid bare in black and white. "Your parents were busy," Harry said, highlighting another fraudulent charge. "They used your information for a car loan in 2012, credit cards in 2015, and that home equity line last month." I was such an idiot, I muttered, remembering my old landlord Esme's warning years ago. "Always read what you sign, honey. Family can hurt you worse than strangers." Harry's phone buzzed. "The bank's fraud department is ready for our call." For the next hour, we detailed every unauthorized transaction. The bank representative's typing echoed through the speakerphone. "Miss, these are serious allegations," she said, "especially against family members." "They stopped being family when they started being criminals," I replied. After the call, Harry looked at me carefully. "You know they won't go quietly, right?" "I know. That's why I need your help with something else." We drove to my house. My parents' cars were gone, probably at work and running errands with my gas money. Inside, I headed straight for the kitchen. "Look at this," I said, pulling open a drawer stuffed with mail. Every bill Paige ever dodged, redirected to my address. Harry whistled, sorting through the collection of overdue notices and collection letters. "She's been busy too." "Wait till you see upstairs." In my parents' room, I opened their filing cabinet. "Mum's always been organised about the wrong things." I pulled out folders labelled with my name, dating back to my 18th birthday. "Holy shit," Harry breathed, reading through loan applications. "They planned this for years. Look at these dates. They started taking out credit in your name the day you turned 18. And here's the best part." I reached to the back of the drawer, pulling out a familiar document. "Remember when Dad said they put me through college? Here's my scholarship letter. Full ride. They took credit for paying for your education while stealing your identity." Harry's voice rose in disbelief. Classic Mom and Dad. I closed the drawer. Always taking credit for my success while undermining it. Back downstairs, I printed the eviction notice again. they'd torn down the first one and taped it to the fridge. This time, I added a note. Security cameras have been installed. Destruction of legal notices will be documented. You really thought this through, Harry said. I had years to plan while paying their bills. I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Mom, 2 from Paige. They think they can wait me out, wear me down with guilt like always. What about your sister? Think she'll try something? As if on cue, my phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. You'll regret this. Family is forever. Paige always did have a flair for drama, I said, showing Harry the message. We should document everything, he suggested. Every threat, every attempt at contact. I nodded, remembering another conversation with Esme years ago. I'd been crying about another loan my parents demanded, and she'd said, Honey, sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let people face their own consequences. My phone buzzed again, an email from the bank confirming my credit freeze. Another buzz, a text from Felicity, the legal aid Harry recommended. Documents received, proceeding with formal eviction process. You know what's funny? I said to Harry as we gathered the evidence. They always called me the responsible one, but they never thought I'd be responsible enough to stop them. What happens when the 30 days are up? They'll either leave on their own, or the sheriff will make them leave. I closed my laptop, but knowing my family, they'll try everything before that happens. Harry helped me carry the documents to my car. You're doing the right thing, Nicole. They're the ones who should feel guilty, not you. I know. I looked up at the house. My house, bought with my money, filled with people who'd seen me as nothing but a resource to drain. I'm done feeling guilty for having boundaries. That evening, I sat in my office, soon to be not Paige's room, and opened a new document. At the top, I typed, Inheritance isn't always money, a guide to financial family abuse. My phone lit up with another anonymous text. You can't throw away blood. I typed back, watch me, and blocked the number. Opening my email, I found a message from Felicity. All paperwork filed. Sheriff's office confirmed. The clock is ticking. I smiled, thinking of my family's faces when they realized their perfect plan had backfired. They'd taught me to be responsible after all. They just never expected me to be responsible for myself. The sound of car doors slamming jolted me awake at 6 a.m. Through my bedroom window, I watched Paige struggling with 5 massive suitcases while Mum directed her like a traffic cop. Just bring them through the front door, sweetie, Mum called out. Nicole's probably still sleeping. I wasn't. I stood at the top of the stairs, watching them barrel in like they owned the place. Paige looked up, startled to see me. Oh, Nicole! She attempted her usual sweet smile. I thought I'd get settled in early, beat the traffic. Settled in where exactly? Your office, of course, Mum said, dragging a suitcase across my hardwood floors. We discussed this at dinner. No, you demanded it at dinner, right before I served you all eviction notices. Paige's smile faltered. Oh, that silly thing. Mum said you were just having a moment. A moment? I descended the stairs slowly. Like the moment you had when you maxed out 3 credit cards in my name. That was years ago, Paige protested. I was going through a rough patch. You're always going through a rough patch, Paige, and somehow I'm always the one paying for it. Mum stepped between us. Nicole, stop being difficult. Your sister needs... Nothing from me, I cut her off. You might want to unpack somewhere else, Paige. This house isn't an option. But I already gave up my apartment. Paige's eyes welled up right on cue. I have nowhere else to go. That sounds like a you problem, Mum gasped. Nicole, how dare you be so heartless to your own sister? Heartless, I laughed. Was it heartless when you forged my signature on loan documents? When you used my social security number without permission? When you... That's enough, Mum snapped. We're your family. You don't turn your back on family. Watch me. I pointed to the door. Get out, now. Paige burst into tears, her trademark move. "You're horrible, after everything we've done for you." "Done for me? Name one thing you've done that didn't end with your hand in my wallet." Silence. That's what I thought. I walked to the front door, holding it open. "Take your bags and leave." They didn't move. Instead, Paige flopped dramatically onto my couch, crying harder. Mum rushed to comfort her, shooting me venomous looks. "Fine," I pulled out my phone. "I'll call the police and report trespassing." "You wouldn't dare," Mum hissed. I started dialing. "Try me." Something in my voice must have convinced them. 20 minutes later, I watched from my window as they loaded the suitcases back into their cars. Paige made a show of stumbling, weak from distress. Mum supported her like she was walking to her execution. Just as they were leaving, Paige stormed back to the front door. I opened it before she could knock. "You think you're so perfect," she spat. "So successful, but you're just a cold, selfish bitch who never learned what family means." "No, Paige, I learned exactly what family means to you." She reached past me, snatching the eviction notice from the wall and tearing it to shreds. "There! Good luck proving anything now." I pointed to the small camera in the corner of the hallway, its red light blinking. "Thanks for the evidence of tampering with legal documents. Want to try for more?" Her face went pale. As she stormed out, my phone buzzed with a text from a blocked number. "You'll regret choosing money over blood." I typed back, "I'm choosing self-respect over abuse," and blocked that number too. Later that evening, Mum showed up alone. Her eyes were red, but her voice was steel. "You're destroying this family," she said from my doorstep. "Is that what you want? To tear us all apart?" "No, Mom, I'm just giving back what you gave me. Years of manipulation, guilt, and theft. We're your parents. Everything we did was for your own good." "My own good?" I pulled out my phone, showing her the credit report. "Was it for my own good when you destroyed my credit score? When you used my identity for loans? When you—" "I'm sick," she interrupted, her voice suddenly weak. "The doctor says the stress could—" "Save the performance," I said. "I already called your doctor. Funny how they have no record of these mysterious stress-related illnesses." She dropped the act, her face hardening. "You'll regret this, Nicole. Mark my words." "No, Mom. The only thing I regret is not doing this sooner." As she drove away, I texted Harry, "Phase 1 complete. They're starting to realize I'm serious." His response came quickly. "You okay?" I looked around my quiet, peaceful house. Getting there, one boundary at a time. The private investigator's report landed in my inbox with a weight heavier than its digital format suggested. "You might want to sit down for this," Harry said over the phone. I scrolled through pages of evidence, dozens of accounts opened in my name, email addresses I'd never seen, loan applications with forged signatures. But what caught my eye was a familiar name. Aaron, Paige's ex-boyfriend. "Got his number," I told Harry. "I'm calling him." Aaron answered on the third ring. "Who's this?" "Nicole, Paige's sister." A long pause. "Oh, shit. Look, I can explain." "I'm not calling about money," I cut in. "I need information." He laughed bitterly. "About your sister?" Where do I start? The fake business loans? The credit card scams? Or maybe how she convinced me to co-sign for her car by saying her rich sister would cover everything? My stomach turned. Tell me everything. For the next hour, Aaron painted a picture of systematic fraud. Paige had used my information for years, telling everyone I'd promised to help. She'd even shown people emails, supposedly from me, guaranteeing I'd cover her debts. "I should have known it was too good to be true," Aaron said. "She always said, 'Nicole will pay,' like it was some magic spell." After hanging up, I called Felicity, my legal aid. "I need to lock down everything," I said. "Every account, every possibility." "Already on it," she replied. "But you should know, Your mother filed a complaint claiming elder abuse, says you're forcing her out of her home while she's ill. I laughed. Let me guess, no medical records to back it up? None, but they're getting desperate. Desperate people get creative. That afternoon, I had the locks changed and installed a new security system. The locksmith was just finishing when Dad's truck screeched into the driveway. "What the hell is this?" he demanded, storming up the walk. "New locks," I said calmly, "for my house." "Our house. We've lived here for 3 years." "As guests. Who committed fraud?" He stepped closer, trying to intimidate me like he used to. "I built you. Everything you are is because of me." "Really?" I pulled out my phone, playing a recording. His voice filled the air. "We used her information when she was 18. She'll never know." The locksmith looked between us uncomfortably. "You're recording everything?" Dad's face reddened. "Like we're criminals?" "If the fraud charge fits. I'm warning you, Nicole. Back off now, or..." "Or what?" I stepped closer. "You'll forge more documents, open more fake accounts. I've frozen everything, reported all fraud. There's nothing left for you to steal." "We're your parents." "No, you're thieves who happened to raise me." He raised his hand, not to hit, but to point, but I didn't flinch. The locksmith stepped between us. "Sir," he said firmly, "I think you should leave." Dad's face contorted. "This isn't over." "Actually, it is." I held up my phone. "Smile for the security camera. Every threat is documented now." After he left, my phone exploded with messages. Mum sent photos of me as a child, captioned with guilt trips. Paige texted from new numbers, alternating between threats and tearful pleas. I blocked each one methodically. That evening, I found a stack of mail hidden behind the microwave. More bills in my name. As I sorted through them, a memory surfaced. Paige at 16, watching me pay bills online. "Must be nice," she'd said, "being so good with money." "It's not about being good with money," I'd replied. "It's about being responsible." "Well, that's what I have you for, right?" She'd laughed. I hadn't realized then that she meant it literally. My phone buzzed, a text from Harry. "You need to see this." He'd sent a link to a social media post. Paige's latest masterpiece. A tearful story about her cruel sister throwing their sick mother out of her home, complete with staged photos of Mum looking frail in a hospital waiting room. The comments were exactly what she wanted. How heartless! Family should come first. What kind of person does this to their own blood? I smiled, screenshot the post and sent it to Felicity. More evidence of harassment and defamation? "Perfect," she replied. "Their desperation is making our case stronger." I walked through my house, touching the walls, the new locks, the security cameras. They thought they were breaking me down, but each desperate attempt only reinforced my resolve. My phone buzzed again, a text from another unknown number. "Blood is thicker than water." I typed back, "So is fraud and hit block." The breaking point came on a Sunday morning. I was in my kitchen when they arrived, all 3 of them, with Dad clutching a folder like it was made of gold. "We're done playing games," he announced, slapping the folder on my counter. "Here's our proof of ownership." I didn't even open it. "Proof of what exactly?" "This house," Mum said triumphantly. "We've contributed financially since day one. We have rights." I pulled out my laptop. Funny you should mention contributions. I opened a spreadsheet I'd been maintaining for years. Let's talk numbers. "We don't need to see your little computer files," Dad sneered. "We have real documents." "Real, like the loans you forged in my name?" I turned the laptop around. "Here's every penny I've spent on this house. Down payment, my savings, mortgage payments, my salary, utilities, taxes, insurance, all me." Paige stepped forward, tears already flowing. "But we're family. You can't just—" "Actually, I can, and I will." I pointed to their folder. "Open it." Dad hesitated. "Go ahead," I pressed. Show me this proof of ownership. He opened the folder slowly, spreading out papers, receipts for furniture they'd bought, utility bills they'd paid occasionally, a few grocery receipts. I laughed. That's it? That's your claim to my house? We helped furnish it, Mom protested. We've maintained it. With my money. Every time you helped, it was with funds you stole from me. We didn't steal anything. Dad's fist hit the counter. We invested in this family. Something snapped inside me. Years of suppressed anger burst forth. Invested? I shouted, making them jump. You raised Paige to expect endless bailouts. You taught her that my success was her safety net. You forged documents, stole my identity, and now you have the audacity to claim my house. Don't you dare speak to us that way. Mum stepped forward. After everything we've sacrificed. Sacrificed? What exactly did you sacrifice? My credit score, my financial security, my trust? Paige collapsed into a chair, sobbing dramatically. You're destroying our family. No, you destroyed this family. Every time you chose fraud over honesty, every time you picked theft over responsibility, every time you decided my money was your right. Dad raised the folder again. We'll sue. We'll take this to court. Perfect. I pulled out my phone. Let's call Felicity right now. I'm sure she'd love to present evidence of your fraud to a judge. You wouldn't dare, Mum whispered. Try me. I dialed Felicity's number, putting it on speaker. Hey, Felicity, my family's here with some interesting documents. Think we should add them to the fraud case? Absolutely, Felicity's voice rang clear. The more evidence of their financial abuse, the better. Dad snatched the folder back. This isn't over. Actually, I said, walking to my front door and opening it. It is. Get out. You can't just throw us out, Paige wailed. Where will I go? You should have thought about that before using my identity as your personal ATM. Mum tried one last time. The neighbours already think you're horrible. Throwing out your own family? Your sick mother? Sick, I laughed. Should we call your doctor again? The one who has no record of these mysterious illnesses? They stood frozen, realising their usual tactics weren't working. Leave now, I said firmly, or I call the police, again. As they shuffled out, Dad turned back. You'll regret this eventually. When you're alone with your money, you'll see what really matters. I already regret not doing this sooner, I replied. And what really matters? It's not money, it's self-respect. Through my security camera, I watched them huddle in the driveway. Paige's sobs echoed dramatically. Mum played the frail victim, and Dad made angry phone calls. Minutes later, my phone lit up with messages from relatives I hadn't heard from in years, all condemning my cruelty to my poor family. I blocked each number systematically. Then I saw it, a sheriff's car pulling up to my house. Mum's face lit up with vindictive triumph as she hurried to speak with the officer. But I wasn't worried. I opened my front door, holding up my folder of evidence, the real kind, with bank statements, fraud reports and police reports. The officer looked between us, then at my documents. Ma'am, he said to my mother, making false reports is a serious offence. As the officer explained this to my increasingly pale-faced family, I stood in my doorway, watching their last power play crumble. My phone buzzed. Harry, you okay? No, I replied honestly, but I'm free. Moving day arrived with the subtlety of a hurricane. I stood on my front porch at 8 a.m. sharp, watching the sheriff's car pull up alongside a moving truck. My family hadn't left voluntarily. Of course they hadn't. Morning, the sheriff nodded. They inside? Where else would they be? I sighed. They still think this is their house. Right on cue, Paige's voice carried through an open window. You can't do this. We have rights. The sheriff knocked firmly on the door. Mum opened it, already in full performance mode, dabbing at invisible tears with a tissue. Officer, she whimpered, my daughter is trying to make her sick mother homeless. Mum, we've been through this, he replied, unfazed. The property belongs to Nicole. You've been served proper notice. It's time." The movers waited patiently as my family made their final stand. Dad appeared behind Mum, puffing up his chest. "This is illegal," he bellowed. "We've lived here for years." "Without a lease," I added, "without paying rent, while committing fraud." Paige appeared next, mascara strategically smeared. "How can you watch them throw us out? Your own family." "The same way you watched yourself destroy my credit, one day at a time." The sheriff stepped forward. "Folks, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your choice." Mum tried one last time, turning to the movers. "Please, you can't help them do this. We're being persecuted." The head mover looked uncomfortable, but professional. "Just doing our job, Ma'am. Where would you like your things taken?" "Nowhere," Dad shouted. "We're not leaving." "Actually," I stepped forward, "everything's going to their storage unit, already paid for 3 months." I handed the mover an address. "I'm not heartless, just done." The next 2 hours were a symphony of chaos. Mum alternated between wailing and making frantic phone calls to relatives. Dad stormed around, claiming ownership of things that weren't his. Paige collapsed dramatically every time someone moved her belongings. "This lamp was a gift," Mum protested as movers carefully wrapped it. "From me," I reminded her, "like most things in this house." The neighbours started gathering, drawn by the spectacle. I could hear their whispers, see their phones recording. Mum played to the audience, making sure everyone heard her cries about her cruel daughter. "Did you know," I announced loudly, "that identity theft is a felony, even when it's family?" That shut her up temporarily. As the movers worked, I noticed Paige slipping upstairs. I followed her to my office, where she was hurriedly searching through drawers. "Looking for something?" I asked from the doorway. "More documents to forge, maybe?" She spun around, clutching papers to her chest. "These are mine." "Really? Because they look like loan applications with my forged signature." Her face crumpled. "You were supposed to take care of me. That's what big sisters do." "No, that's what enablers do. I'm done enabling." Back downstairs, the house was nearly empty. Mum sat on the front steps, playing the victim for her phone camera, probably for social media. Dad was arguing with the sheriff about property rights. "Sir," the sheriff said firmly, "continue this behaviour and you'll leave in my car instead of yours." Finally, after what felt like years, the house was clear. My family stood in the driveway, looking lost among their boxed-up lives. "This is your last chance," Mum said quietly. "Family should stick together." "We're not family," I replied. "We're just people who share DNA and a history of financial abuse." "You'll regret this," Dad growled. "Mark my words. Already marked, already documented, already reported to the police." Paige made one final scene, falling to her knees on the lawn. "How will I survive?" "The same way I did," I said, "by actually trying." As they finally drove away, Mum to my aunt's, Dad to a motel, Paige to whatever friend would take her, I noticed an envelope on the kitchen counter. Inside was a note in Paige's handwriting. "You'll always be the villain in this story. Hope your money keeps you warm at night." I walked through my empty house, truly mine now. The silence felt like freedom. My phone buzzed with messages from flying monkeys, distant relatives telling me how horrible I was. I blocked them all. Then I saw a text from Harry. "Need company?" "No," I replied. "For the first time in forever, I need to be alone in my own space." I sat on my stairs, feeling the weight of years lifting from my shoulders. My family thought this was the end of their story. They didn't realize it was just the beginning of mine. The sheriff's final words echoed in my mind. Sometimes the hardest part isn't standing up to others. It's standing up for yourself. The morning sun streamed through my office windows as I finished typing the last paragraph of my blog post. My phone buzzed, Harry sending me a link to Paige's latest social media pity party. Still playing victim, he texted. Always, I replied, clicking the link. Her post showed her in a cramped apartment, lamenting her cruel sister who destroyed our family over money. The comments weren't what she expected. Instead of sympathy, people asked questions. Why were you living in her house rent-free? Did you really commit identity theft? Sounds like you're the problem, not your sister. My doorbell rang. I checked the security camera to see Felicity holding a folder. Good news, she said as I let her in. The fraud investigation is complete. Your parents are facing charges unless they agree to repayment terms. Let me guess, they're claiming innocence? Well, until we showed them the evidence, she smiled. They're signing the agreement today. My phone rang, an unknown number. Usually I'd ignore it, but something made me answer. Nicole? A familiar voice. It's Esme. My old landlord, the woman who'd first warned me about family taking advantage. I saw your blog, she said, the one about financial abuse. It's helping people, you know. My niece read it and finally stood up to her parasitic brother. After hanging up, I checked my blog's comments, hundreds of stories, all echoing mine, people finding courage, setting boundaries, breaking free. Your story gave me strength, one read. I finally told my mum no. I thought I was alone, said another. Thank you for showing me I'm not. Harry arrived with lunch, finding me deep in responses. Still feel guilty? He asked, setting down takeout containers. No, I said honestly. I feel peaceful. My phone buzzed again. A text from Mom. The lawyers made a sign. Happy now? I typed back. This was never about happiness. It was about consequences. They're living with Aunt Sarah, Harry said between bites. Heard she's not too thrilled about their fraud charges. Good. Let someone else deal with their drama for once. Another buzz. Paige, I'm starting therapy, not that you care. This time I responded. Good. That's the first responsible decision you've made. We finished lunch as a moving truck pulled up next door. My new neighbours, a young couple, excited for their first home. They waved as they passed my window. Normal neighbours, I mused. What a concept. Harry gathered the takeout containers. You never answered my question from last week. Was it worth it? I looked around my peaceful house. No more financial abuse. No more manipulation. No more guilt. They thought revenge would feel like violence, I said. But sometimes it feels like peace. My laptop pinged. Another blog comment. I've been supporting my adult son for decades. After reading your story, I finally said no. He was angry, but for the first time in years, I can breathe. I started typing a response when my doorbell rang again. The security camera showed Dad, alone, looking smaller than I'd ever seen him. What do you want? I asked through the intercom. To return this. He held up a key, my spare house key they'd copied without permission. I opened the door but didn't invite him in. He handed me the key without meeting my eyes. Your mother wanted me to tell you you're still wrong, he said. But, he paused, struggling, but maybe we were wrong too. Maybe. The fraud charges. He swallowed hard. They're real. We did that. To our own daughter. Finally, he looked at me. When did we become those people? You always were those people, Dad. I just stopped accepting it. He nodded slowly. Paige is in therapy. Says she's learning about something called financial codependency. Good for her. And us. He cleared his throat. We're selling the boat and the timeshare to pay you back. Actions, not words, Dad. He turned to leave, then stopped. We really thought we were entitled to your success. That's messed up, isn't it? Yes, I said simply. It is. After he left, I returned to my blog. The cursor blinked at me as I typed. People say blood is thicker than water, but self-respect is thicker than both. Sometimes the greatest act of love, for yourself and others, is saying no. Sometimes the hardest family lesson is learning that karma isn't what you serve, it's what you set free. My phone buzzed one last time. A text from Paige. I'm sorry, not for show, for real. I saved her number instead of blocking it. Not for reconciliation, not yet, but for possibility. Sometimes karma comes with consequences, and sometimes consequences come with change.
The screech of tires was my first warning. I glanced out the window just as my sister Eva's oversized SUV lurched to a halt, half on the curb. My name is Ainsley, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that Eva's arrivals are rarely drama-free. This time, she was depositing her son, my 4-year-old nephew Caden, for an indefinite stay. I just need a break, Ains, she'd wailed over the phone an hour earlier. He's impossible, so fussy, so demanding. You have no idea. The car door slammed. Ava, all frazzled designer clothes and frantic energy, practically dragged a small, silent Caden up my walkway. He clutched a worn teddy bear, his little face pale and drawn. Here he is, Ava announced, pushing him gently towards me as I opened the door. His bag's in the trunk, just the essentials. Honestly, Ainsley, you're a lifesaver. I haven't slept properly in weeks because of his whining. Whining about what, Eva? I asked, my gaze fixed on Caden. He looked off. Not just tired, but genuinely unwell. There were faint shadows under his eyes. Oh, everything and nothing, she said, waving a dismissive hand. He's just difficult. Always has been. You know how kids are. Anyway, I've got to run. So much to do, now that I finally have some me time. She didn't even look at Caden. Wait, Eva, I said, kneeling to Caden's level. Hey, buddy, how are you feeling? He just stared at me, his eyes listless. He didn't offer his usual shy smile. He's fine, Eva snapped, already halfway back to her car. Just needs to adjust. Don't coddle him, Ainsley. That's half the problem. Before I could press further, she was in her car, engine roaring. She gave a quick, impersonal wave and sped off, leaving a cloud of exhaust and a deeply unsettled feeling in her wake. Okay, Caden, I said softly, turning back to him. Let's get your bag and go inside. He didn't respond. Just let me take his small hand. His skin felt clammy. Inside, I tried to engage him. Want some juice? Or maybe a cookie? He shook his head, his eyes fixed on the floor. He allowed me to take off his little jacket, but then just stood there, a tiny, forlorn statue. Are you hungry, sweetie? I tried again. Eva said you might be a bit fussy with food. Another slow shake of the head. I managed to get his bag from Eva's trunk. She'd left it unlocked, thankfully. It contained a haphazard collection of clothes, mostly unwashed, and a few battered toys. No medication, no instructions, nothing to indicate any specific needs beyond Eva's vague complaints of fussiness. The first few hours were quiet, unnervingly so. Caden sat on the sofa, hugging his teddy, watching cartoons without really seeing them. He refused lunch, picking at a piece of toast before pushing the plate away. He didn't want to play with the blocks I brought out, or look at picture books. He just seemed absent. Does anything hurt, Caden? I asked gently, sitting beside him. He leaned his head against my arm, a small, warm weight. Tummy, he whispered, so quietly I almost missed it. Your tummy hurts? He nodded, his eyes closing. Did you tell Mommy your tummy hurt? He nodded again. Mommy said stop fussing. A chill went through me. Fussing. That word again. By late afternoon, Caden was clearly exhausted. He drifted off to sleep on the sofa, his breathing shallow. I watched him, my unease growing with every quiet moment. He felt warm, too warm. I brushed his forehead with the back of my hand. Definitely warm. Okay, little man, I murmured. Let's get you properly into bed. He barely stirred as I carried him to the spare room, his small body limp in my arms. I tucked him in, his teddy beside him. He looked so small and vulnerable. I went to the kitchen, my mind racing. Ava had said he was fussy. She'd said he was demanding. She hadn't said he was sick. Could this just be a bug? Kids get sick all the time. But this felt different. This lethargy, this complete lack of appetite, the quiet way he'd said his tummy hurt. I found my digital thermometer. Back in the spare room, I gently slipped it under Caden's arm. He whimpered softly in his sleep but didn't wake. The thermometer beeped. 100.8 degree Celsius. A low-grade fever. Not dangerously high, but persistent. And Ava hadn't mentioned a thing about him being unwell, let alone having a fever. She'd just complained about his behavior. A knot of dread tightened in my stomach. This wasn't just fussiness. Something was wrong. I pulled out my phone, my thumb hovering over Eva's contact. I had to talk to her. I had to know what was going on if he'd been like this for long. I hit call. It rang and rang and rang. Voicemail. Hey, it's Eva. Leave a message or don't. I'm probably busy being fabulous. Her cheerful, self-absorbed voice grated on my nerves. I hung up without leaving a message, a cold wave of anger mixing with the fear. She wasn't picking up. Of course she wasn't. She was having her break. The night was long. I checked on Caden every hour. His fever remained stubbornly present, fluctuating between 100.5 degrees and 101 degrees. He tossed fitfully, whimpering in his sleep, occasionally murmuring, "Mommy." Each time, a fresh wave of anger at Ava washed over me. How could she just dump him like this knowing he wasn't well? Or worse, not knowing. By morning, Caden was even more withdrawn. He refused breakfast entirely, not even a sip of juice. His skin had a grayish tinge, and the dark circles under his eyes were more pronounced. "Caden, sweetie, we need to try and get something into your tummy," I coaxed, holding out a spoonful of yogurt. He turned his head away, his little lips pressed tight. "Just one bite?" He shook his head, tears welling. "Hurts," he whispered, clutching his stomach. My heart clenched. I tried Eva again. Straight to voicemail. I sent a text. "Eva, Caden has a fever and says his tummy hurts. He's not eating. Call me ASAP." An hour later, my phone finally buzzed. Eva. "Ainsley? What's with the dramatic texts? Is he still being a pain?" Her voice was light, almost bored. "Ava, he's sick," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "He's had a fever since yesterday. He won't eat, and he says his stomach hurts. He's really lethargic." A short, sharp laugh came down the line. "Oh, for God's sake, Ainsley, he's being dramatic. He always does this when he wants attention or doesn't get his way. He's probably just missing me and making a big deal out of it." "This isn't him being dramatic," I insisted, my grip tightening on the phone. "He genuinely seems unwell. I'm worried about him." "You're overreacting, like always," Eva sighed. "He was perfectly fine when I dropped him off. Maybe a little tired from all his theatrics, but fine. He just needs to get used to a new environment. Don't mollycoddle him. He'll snap out of it." "Ava, he has a fever." "So give him some Tylenol if you're that concerned. Honestly, I needed this break because of exactly this kind of constant fussing. Don't you start with it too." My blood boiled. "Fussing? He's a sick little boy, Eva. Did you even notice he wasn't well?" "He's always not well, according to him," she scoffed. "Look, I'm in the middle of a spa day. I really can't deal with this right now. He's your problem for a few weeks. Just handle it." Before I could say another word, she hung up. I stared at my phone, speechless with rage. "He's your problem." My own sister. Caden coughed weakly from the living room. My anger instantly morphed back into urgent concern. My gut, no, my entire being screamed that this was more than a simple bug or attention-seeking. Eva's callous dismissal cemented it. She wasn't going to help. She didn't even care. I spent the next few hours online, my fingers flying across the keyboard, searching for a pediatric specialist near me. persistent low-grade fever in child, child lethargy, no appetite, stomach pain. The more I read, the more my anxiety spiked. Some possibilities were benign, but others were terrifying. Jared, my boyfriend, came over that evening. I'd texted him a brief, frantic summary. He found me hunched over my laptop, Caden asleep on the sofa beside me, still too warm. "Hey," he said softly, his hand landing on my shoulder. "How's the little guy? And how are you?" Tears pricked my eyes. "He's not good, Jared. And Ava, she's unbelievable." She just laughed it off. I quickly recounted the phone call. Jared listened, his expression growing grimmer with every word. He gently felt Caden's forehead. "He's definitely warm, and he looks wiped out. I think I need to take him to a specialist," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "I can't just wait for him to snap out of it. What if it's something serious?" "Then you take him," Jared said firmly, meeting my eyes. "Don't even think twice about what Eva says. You do what you feel is right for Caden. I've got your back." His unwavering support was like a lifeline. "Thank you," I whispered. "Have you found anyone?" he asked, nodding at my laptop. "There's a Dr. Melina Robertson," I said. "She's a pediatric gastroenterologist with amazing reviews. Her office said they had a cancellation for tomorrow morning if it was urgent." I said it was. "Then that's what you do," Jared said. "Book it." A wave of fear washed over me. Taking him to a specialist felt like such a huge step, an admission that something could be terribly wrong. And Ava, she would be furious. She'd accuse me of undermining her, of trying to make her look bad. But then I looked at Caden, his small, pale face, his shallow breathing. The fear for him eclipsed any fear I had of Eva's reaction. "I'm going to book it," I said, my voice stronger now. "And I'm not going to tell Eva, not yet. She'll just try to stop me or downplay it again." Jared nodded. "Good call. Let's get some answers first." I picked up the phone and confirmed the appointment for 10 a.m. the next day. As I hung up, a strange sense of calm settled over me, pushing through the anxiety. I was doing something. I wasn't just going to stand by while Caden suffered. The clinic was quiet. Almost too quiet. Cheerful animal murals on the walls did little to dispel the underlying tension I felt. Caden, wrapped in a blanket, was listless in my arms. He hadn't protested being woken or dressed, his usual morning energy completely absent. He just leaned against me, small and frail. "Ainsley, for Caden?" a kind-faced nurse called. We followed her into an examination room. She took Caden's vitals, her smile faltering slightly as she noted his temperature and then palpated his abdomen. Caden flinched, a tiny whimper escaping his lips. "Dr. Robertson will be in shortly," the nurse said, her voice softer now. Dr. Melina Robertson was calm and direct. She had an air of quiet authority that was somehow reassuring. She asked me a series of questions about Caden's symptoms, when they started, their frequency, his appetite, his energy levels. I answered as best I could, explaining he was my nephew and had only been with me for a couple of days, relaying what little Ava had told me, which was mostly dismissive complaints. "And his mother, what did she say about these symptoms?" Dr. Robertson asked, her gaze steady. She said he was being fussy," I admitted, feeling a flush of shame for Eva. Dr. Robertson's expression didn't change, but I saw a flicker of something in her eyes. She then turned her attention to Caden, her voice gentle. "Hello, Caden. I'm Dr. Melina. Can you tell me where it hurts?" Caden, surprisingly, pointed a small finger to his stomach. "Here," he whispered. Dr. Robertson's examination was thorough. She listened to his chest, felt his glands, and very gently examined his abdomen again. Caden cried out, a sharp, pained sound that tore through me. "Okay, little man. Almost done," Dr. Robertson murmured soothingly. She straightened up, her face serious. "I'm concerned, Ainsley. His abdomen is distended and tender. Combined with the persistent fever, lethargy, and lack of appetite, I want to run some blood tests and an ultrasound immediately. We need to see what's going on. The next hour was a blur of hushed efficiency. Caden cried when they drew blood, a heartbreaking, weak wail. I held his hand, murmuring reassurances I didn't feel. During the ultrasound, he lay still, his eyes wide and scared. I watched the technician's face, trying to decipher her neutral expression, my stomach churning with anxiety. Finally, we were back in Dr. Robertson's office. Caden was asleep in my arms, exhausted by the ordeal. Dr. Robertson sat across from me, a file open on her desk. The air felt heavy. "Ainsley," she began, her voice grave. "The preliminary blood work and the ultrasound show clear indicators of a significant inflammatory process. Based on these results, and his clinical presentation, Caden has a severe progressive autoimmune condition. Specifically, it appears to be a form of inflammatory bowel disease, but a particularly aggressive variant." The words hit me like a physical blow. "Autoimmune? Aggressive?" "Yes," she said, her eyes filled with a somber compassion. "It means his body's immune system is attacking his own digestive tract. This condition requires immediate and aggressive treatment. We need to get the inflammation under control as quickly as possible." My mind reeled. Treatment? What kind of treatment? Initially, it will involve high-dose corticosteroids to reduce the inflammation, and then we'll likely move to other immunosuppressive medications long-term. He'll need ongoing monitoring, dietary management, and regular specialist visits. She paused, then continued, her voice hardening slightly. "Ainsley, this condition, it doesn't develop overnight. The level of inflammation we're seeing, the extent of his symptoms, this has clearly been developing for months, and it has been significantly exacerbated by a lack of appropriate medical intervention." "Months?" I whispered, horrified. Eva had said he was just fussy. Dr. Robertson nodded grimly. "Frankly, if he had been left untreated much longer, the consequences could have been catastrophic. We're talking severe malnutrition, bowel perforation, systemic infection. It could have been fatal." Fatal. The word echoed in the sterile room. My arms tightened around Caden. He could have died, because Eva thought he was being dramatic. Tears welled in my eyes, hot and angry. I don't understand," I stammered. "His mother." "We'll need to start treatment today," Dr. Robertson said, her tone shifting back to professional urgency. "I'm going to admit him to the pediatric unit. We need to get IV steroids into him right away." Admit him? It was all happening so fast. At the reception desk, I was handed a sheaf of papers, including an estimated cost for the consultation, the urgent tests, and the initial hospital admission. The numbers were staggering. I pulled out my credit card, my hand shaking as I signed the slip. The financial burden was terrifying, but it was nothing compared to the fear I felt for Caden. As we waited for the admission paperwork to be processed, Dr. Robertson approached me again. Caden was still asleep, his small face pale against my shoulder. "Ainsley?" she said quietly, her expression stern now. "I need to ask you about Caden's primary caregiver and his regular pediatrician. We'll need his medical history." "His mother, Eva, is his primary caregiver," I said, my voice flat. I don't know who his regular doctor is. She never mentioned one." Dr. Robertson's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "I see." She hesitated for a moment. "Ainsley, given the severity of Caden's condition and the clear evidence of prolonged neglect in seeking appropriate medical care, I'm obligated by law to make a report." "A report?" "To Child Protective Services," she clarified. "For medical neglect, I have to ensure Caden's ongoing safety and well-being." She handed me a small pamphlet with information. "This is a serious situation." The words hung in the air. Child Protective Services. Medical neglect. My sister. The seed, cold and hard, was planted. Caden was admitted. The pediatric ward was a blur of nurses, IV drips, and the constant beeping of machines. He was so small in the hospital bed, a tube in his tiny hand. I sat beside him, watching him sleep, the doctor's words, fatal, neglect, child protective services, replaying in my mind. My shock was slowly giving way to a cold, hard anger. I had to call Ava. There was no avoiding it. I stepped out into the hallway, took a deep breath, and dialed. She answered on the third ring, her voice bright and breezy. "Ainsley, finally calling to tell me the little monster has calmed down?" "Ava," I said, my voice tight. "Caden is in the hospital." Silence. Then, "Hospital? What are you talking about? Did he fall? Did you do something?" "No, I didn't do anything," I snapped, my patience gone. "I took him to a specialist. He's incredibly sick, Eva. He has a severe autoimmune condition. Dr. Robertson said it's been developing for months and has been made much worse by neglect." "A specialist? What specialist? Who gave you the right to take him to some quack doctor?" Her voice rose, sharp and accusatory. "He was fine. I told you he was just being fussy." "He wasn't fine, Eva. He could have died. The doctor said it was potentially fatal if left untreated much longer." "Oh, please," she scoffed. "You're exaggerating. You always exaggerate. You probably went doctor shopping until you found someone who would tell you what you wanted to hear just to make me look like a bad mother." I was stunned into silence for a moment by her audacity. "Make you look like a bad mother? Ava, your son is seriously ill. He needs aggressive treatment, possibly for the rest of his life. Don't you care?" "Of course I care," she shrieked. "But I don't believe a word of it. You're trying to steal my son, that's what this is. You've always been jealous." "Jealous?" I choked out a laugh that was more like a sob. "Jealous of what, Ava? Your complete inability to see that your child was suffering?" I took a shaky breath. "The initial consultation and tests cost thousands. You need to help pay for this." "Pay for it?" she screeched. "I'm not paying a penny. You incurred those bills by going behind my back to some charlatan. This is your mess, Ainsley." Before I could respond, my other line beeped. It was Mom. "Eva, I have to go. Mom's calling." "You tell her what you've done," Eva snarled and hung up. I clicked over. "Mom? Ainsley, what on earth is going on?" Sylvia's voice was tight with anxiety. "Eva just called me, hysterical. She said you've taken Caden and you're making up stories about him being sick." My heart sank. Eva had gotten to her first, spun her poisonous narrative. "Mom, it's not like that," I began, trying to explain the diagnosis, Dr. Robertson's words, the severity of it all. "Ainsley, Eva is his mother," Sylvia interrupted, her tone disapproving. "You should have consulted her. She says you're blowing this all out of proportion, that Caden just had a little tummy bug. Now she's terribly upset. You need to apologize to her, dear, and stop causing all this trouble." "Apologize?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Mom, Caden is in the hospital with a serious, life-altering condition that Eva completely ignored. The doctor is reporting her for medical neglect. There's nothing to apologize for on my end." "Medical neglect?" "Ainsley, that's a terrible accusation. Eva would never neglect Caden. She loves him." "Love isn't enough if you're letting your child get sicker and sicker because you can't be bothered to take his pain seriously." I was almost shouting now, pacing the hospital corridor. "She dismissed his suffering as fussiness, Mom, for months." "There must be some misunderstanding," Sylvia insisted, her voice wavering. "Ava said you're trying to turn Caden against her." "That's ridiculous," I cried, frustrated tears streaming down my face. "I'm trying to save his life. Why can't either of you see that?" "Ainsley, please," Sylvia pleaded. "Just smooth things over with Eva, for the family's sake. This kind of drama isn't good for anyone, especially not Caden." Smooth things over? I was shaking with a mixture of fury and betrayal. My own mother, siding with Eva, asking me to apologize for protecting my nephew. "There's nothing to smooth over, Mom. Eva neglected her son. That's the reality." "You're being very stubborn, Ainsley," Sylvia said coolly. Eva is distraught. You really need to think about the consequences of your actions. The call ended with a strained, unhappy goodbye. I leaned against the wall, the phone slipping from my numb fingers. Gaslighting, accusations, a complete lack of remorse or concern for Caden from Eva, and now my mother was pressuring me to back down. My phone buzzed again, a text from Eva. You will regret this, Ainsley. You have no idea what you've started. I stared at the message, the words chillingly clear. Regret this? No. A different feeling was solidifying in my chest, pushing past the hurt and the anger. It was a cold, hard clarity. Ava couldn't get away with this. She wouldn't. The thought of revenge, disguised as justice, began to take firm, undeniable root. She had hurt Caden, dismissed his pain, and now she was trying to destroy me for trying to help him. She was going to pay. The hospital became my second home. Caden responded slowly to the IV steroids. The raw pain in his eyes began to dull, replaced by a weary acceptance of the pokes and prods. He still wasn't eating much, but he managed a few sips of a nutritional shake, a small victory. Between holding his hand and whispering stories, I started to build my case. Dr. Robertson's office emailed me a copy of Caden's initial report and test results. I printed them, the stark medical terms a damning indictment of Eva's neglect. I took photos on my phone of Caden in the hospital bed, the IV in his arm, his small pale face. They were heartbreaking, but necessary. I scrolled through my texts with Eva, screenshotting every dismissive, cruel message. He's just being dramatic. Stop fussing. He's your problem. I wrote out a detailed timeline, starting from the moment Eva dropped Caden off, noting his symptoms, her reactions, every call, every text. Jared was my rock. He brought me food, sat with Caden so I could shower, and listened patiently as I obsessively went over the evidence. This is good, Ainsley, he said, looking at the folder I was compiling. It's clear, concise. It shows exactly what happened. It has to be enough, I said, my voice tight. She can't just walk away from this. I decided to call my father, Ken. He was quieter than Mom, more observant. I laid out everything, the diagnosis, Dr. Robertson's concerns, Eva's reaction, Mom's denial. I emailed him copies of the medical report and some of the key texts. He listened without interruption, his silence heavy. This is serious, Ainsley, he said finally, his voice strained. Very serious. I need to think about this. He sounded deeply troubled, but not dismissive. It was a small comfort. Meanwhile, Eva was busy. Aunt Carol called, her voice dripping with disapproval. Ainsley, darling, I heard about the misunderstanding with poor Eva. She's so worried about Caden and terribly hurt by your accusations. Misunderstanding? I asked, my voice dangerously calm. Caden has a life-threatening illness, Aunt Carol, that Eva ignored for months. There's no misunderstanding. Well, Eva says you've always been a bit intense, Aunt Carol fluttered, and that you're trying to alienate Caden from her. The smear campaign was in full swing. Eva was painting me as unhinged, jealous, a troublemaker. It was infuriating, but it only hardened my resolve. Let her talk. The truth was on my side, documented in black and white. A few days later, a crisp, official-looking envelope arrived by courier. My stomach lurched. It was from a law firm. Jared was there when I opened it. My hands trembled as I read the letter. It was a cease and desist, a formal demand from Eva's lawyer. It accused me of unlawfully keeping Caden, of denying Eva access to her son, and demanded his immediate return to her care. It threatened police involvement and legal action for custodial interference if I didn't comply within 24 hours. She's trying to intimidate me, I whispered, the letter shaking in my hand. She wants to get Caden back before CPS can even start an investigation. She's panicking, Jared said, his arm around my shoulders. This is a scare tactic, Ainsley. Don't let it work. But it did scare me. The legal jargon, the threat of police. It was terrifying. For a moment I wavered. Could I really go through with this? The family fallout, the legal battle Eva was clearly gearing up for? Then I looked at the photo of Caden I had propped on my desk, his small face still too pale, but with a flicker of his old spark returning as the medicine started to work. He was trusting me. The fear receded, replaced by a steely determination. Eva wasn't getting him back to neglect him further, to silence him, to undo all the progress he was making. "She's not winning this, Jared," I said, my voice low and firm. "She's not scaring me off." I picked up my phone. My heart hammered against my ribs, but my hand was steady. I found the number for Child Protective Services that Dr. Robertson had given me. I took a deep breath and pressed call. A calm, professional voice answered. "Child Protective Services, how can I help you?" "My name is Ainsley," I began, my voice trembling slightly but gaining strength with each word. "I need to report a case of medical neglect. It concerns my nephew, Caden." I laid out the facts, referencing my timeline, Dr. Robertson's diagnosis, Eva's dismissals. I told them about the lawyer's letter, the attempt to intimidate me. The operator listened patiently, asking clarifying questions. When I finally hung up, a wave of conflicting emotions washed over me. Fear, definitely, but also a grim, undeniable satisfaction. "It's done," I told Jared, my voice barely a whisper. "I reported her." He pulled me into a tight hug. "You did the right thing, Ainsley. The only thing you could do." The battle lines were drawn. There was no turning back now. The call from CPS came 2 days later. "Ms. Porter, this is Harper Collins, an investigator with Child Protective Services. We received your report concerning your nephew, Caden." Her voice was no nonsense, professional, but not unkind. "Yes, that's me," I said, my heart leaping into my throat. "I'd like to schedule a time to speak with you in more detail and review any documentation you have," Ms. Collins continued. "And then I'll need to conduct a home visit with Caden's mother, Eva." We arranged for me to meet Ms. Collins the next day. I gathered my folder, the doctor's reports, the photos, the screenshots of Eva's texts, my meticulously kept timeline. I felt like I was preparing for war. Ms. Collins was exactly as her voice suggested: direct, observant, and thorough. She listened intently as I recounted the events, her expression neutral as she reviewed my evidence. She asked pointed questions about Caden's condition before he came to me, about Eva's typical parenting, about my relationship with my sister. "This documentation is very helpful, Ms. Porter," she said finally, stacking the papers neatly. "I will be contacting Eva to schedule a home visit for early next week. You understand that Caden should remain in your care pending our initial assessment?" "Yes, of course," I said, a wave of relief washing over me. He was safe with me for now. How Eva found out about the impending CPS visit? I'll never be sure. My suspicion fell on Mom. Sylvia had been calling me daily, oscillating between pleading for me to be reasonable and tearfully accusing me of destroying the family. Perhaps in a misguided attempt to warn Eva or broker some kind of peace, she'd let it slip. The explosion was inevitable. My phone rang late one evening. Eva's name flashed on the screen. I braced myself. "You bitch!" she screamed the second I answered. No preamble, just pure, undiluted rage. "You actually called CPS on me? Your own sister? How could you do this?" "Eva, Caden was seriously ill and you ignored it," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, though my hands were shaking. "He had a tummy ache," she shrieked. "You've twisted everything. You're trying to ruin my life. They're going to take my son away because of your lies." "They're investigating because a doctor, a specialist, reported medical neglect, Eva. Because Caden was suffering, and you called it fussiness." Her tone shifted abruptly. The screaming stopped, replaced by choked sobs. "Ainsley, please," she whimpered. "You don't understand. I was stressed. I was overwhelmed. Maybe I missed something, okay? But I love Caden. He's my world. You can't let them do this. You have to call them back. Tell them it was a mistake. A misunderstanding. The manipulative switch was so blatant it was almost laughable. No, Eva, I said firmly. I won't do that. This is serious. Caden's health is serious. You'll pay for this, Ainsley, she snarled, the venom returning. The whole family will see what you are. You'll be alone. No one will ever forgive you for this. She hung up with a crash. The days leading up to the scheduled CPS visit were unbearable. Ava alternated between sending me abusive texts and leaving tearful, pleading voicemails. She called our parents constantly, trying to rally them to her side. Mom was a wreck, caught between her two daughters, clearly buying into Eva's victim narrative at least partly. Ainsley, Eva is falling apart, Mom said during one strained call. She says she'll do anything. She wants you to come to her house when the CPS worker is there to present a united front, to show them this is all just a terrible family misunderstanding. A united front of denial, you mean? I asked, my voice flat. No, Mom, I won't be part of her lies. You're tearing this family apart, Mom cried. Eva's actions tore this family apart, Mom. I'm just trying to protect Caden. The tension was a thick, suffocating blanket. I barely slept, jumping at every ring of the phone, my stomach in knots. Jared was my anchor, reminding me why I was doing this, that Caden's safety was paramount. He was improving, slowly. A little more color in his cheeks, a tentative smile now and then. It was all the motivation I needed. The morning of the CPS visit to Eva's house dawned gray and oppressive. I felt sick with anxiety. I'd given Ms. Collins all my evidence, but would it be enough? Eva was a convincing liar when she wanted to be. My phone buzzed with a text. It was from Dad. My heart pounded. I'm at Eva's. We need to talk before CPS gets here. It's important. My blood ran cold. Was he going to side with Eva? Had she manipulated him too? Or did he have something else to reveal? I had no idea, but the cryptic message sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. I had to go. I had to know what he meant. I drove to Eva's house, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Her car was in the driveway, alongside Dad's familiar sedan. I parked and walked towards the front door, my stomach churning. What was so important? Dad met me on the porch, his face grim, lines etched deeper than usual around his eyes. He pulled me aside, away from the door. Ainsley, he said, his voice low and urgent. Before anyone else arrives, I found some things. In Eva's home office. What things, Dad? He looked pained. She wasn't just ignoring Caden's symptoms, Ainsley. She knew he was sick. Seriously sick. My breath caught. What do you mean? I found a box, he continued, his voice heavy with disbelief. Hidden in her closet, it was full of miracle cures, herbal tinctures, homeopathic pellets, weird energy crystals, and printouts from online forums, correspondence with these gurus. They were advising her on how to treat Caden's chronic digestive issues naturally, without judgmental doctors and toxic pharmaceuticals. I stared at him, horrified. She was trying to treat him herself? With that junk? Dad nodded, his expression bleak. It seems so. There were also receipts for expensive consultations with these people. It explains why she was so adamant he was fine. Why she didn't want to spend money on real doctors. She was already spending it on this nonsense. And she was terrified of being judged, of the stigma of having a sick child, as she put it in one of these emails. The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. Her desperate denials, her refusal to pay for Caden's legitimate medical care, her accusations that I was making things up. It wasn't just neglect born of ignorance or selfishness. It was a deliberate, misguided, and incredibly dangerous choice. Oh my God, Dad. I managed to get onto her laptop, he admitted, looking uncomfortable but resolute. Her search history. Ainsley, she'd been looking up Caden's symptoms for months. Child chronic diarrhea, severe stomach pain in toddler, unexplained weight loss child. She knew. She knew it was bad. Just then, a nondescript sedan pulled up to the curb. Ms. Collins. She got out, holding a briefcase. A uniformed police officer emerged from the passenger side. Standard protocol in some initial visits, especially if there are safety concerns or potential for conflict, Ms. Collins had explained to me. Eva opened the door just as Ms. Collins and the officer reached the porch. Her face was a mask of tear-stained innocence. Mom was hovering behind her, looking pale and anxious. "Oh, thank goodness you're here," Eva said, her voice trembling artfully as she looked at Ms. Collins. "There's been a terrible misunderstanding. My sister, she means well, but she tends to overreact." We all moved into the living room. Eva launched into her performance, the wronged, loving mother, deeply concerned but baffled by these outrageous accusations. Mom chimed in, nervously at first, about how devoted Eva was to Caden. Ms. Collins listened patiently, then calmly laid out Dr. Robertson's detailed medical report and my timeline of events. She spoke about the severity of Caden's diagnosis, the clear medical evidence of prolonged suffering. Eva's composure began to crack. "That doctor is mistaken," she insisted, her voice rising. "Caden just has a sensitive stomach. Ainsley took him to someone who would find something wrong." "The medical evidence is quite clear, Eva," Ms. Collins stated, her tone firm. "The level of inflammation and malnutrition didn't happen overnight." Eva's eyes darted around the room, a cornered animal. Her smug, defiant look from our earlier confrontations was faltering. Then, Dad stepped forward. "Ms. Collins," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor I could see in his hands. "There's something else you need to see." He produced the box of miracle cures and the printouts of Eva's correspondence with the online gurus. He explained what he'd found, including the damning search history from her laptop, which he'd copied onto a flash drive. Eva stared at the box, then at Dad, her face draining of all color. Her carefully constructed facade didn't just crack, it shattered. The smugness vanished, replaced by stunned disbelief, then raw, unadulterated panic. "Dad, how could you?" she shrieked, her voice hoarse. "You went through my things? That's private." "Caden's health isn't private, Eva," Dad said, his voice filled with a quiet sorrow and unshakable resolve. "It's a responsibility you failed." Mom gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as she looked from the box to Eva, the truth finally dawning on her. Eva's eyes, wild and desperate, landed on me. "This is your fault," she screamed, pointing a shaking finger. "You turned him against me. You've ruined everything." Ms. Collins cut through the hysteria, her voice calm but authoritative. "Eva, based on the medical reports, the timeline provided by Ainsley, and this new evidence presented by your father, I have serious concerns for Caden's safety and well-being in your care." She paused, and the room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by Eva's ragged breathing. "Therefore," Ms. Collins continued, "Caden will be removed from your care immediately, pending a full investigation and a court hearing." Eva collapsed. Not a graceful swoon, but a complete, hysterical breakdown. She crumpled to the floor, wailing, screaming accusations at me, at Dad, at Ms. Collins, at the silent police officer. But it was too late. The authorities were firm. Her charade was over. The truth, in all its ugly detail, was out. The aftermath of Eva's meltdown was swift and decisive. Ms. Collins, with the quiet support of the officer, officially placed Caden into my temporary emergency custody. Eva's hysterics continued as they explained the next steps: court dates, evaluations, the whole grim process. But her protests were futile. The evidence was overwhelming. Bringing Caden back to my apartment, this time with official paperwork in hand, felt surreal. He was still weak, still recovering, but there was a new lightness about him, even in his exhaustion. Perhaps he sensed, in that intuitive way children have, that the chaos had finally settled. His intensive medical treatment began in earnest. Daily medications, specialized formulas, frequent doctor visits. It was a demanding schedule, but seeing the gradual return of color to his cheeks, the slow increase in his energy, the tentative smiles that reached his eyes, it was worth every exhausting moment. The physical healing was slow, but steady. The emotional scars I knew would take much longer. Ava faced the music, hard. CPS filed for the termination of her parental rights almost immediately. The court, presented with the irrefutable evidence of prolonged medical neglect, her deliberate choice of bogus remedies over actual medical care, and her attempts to obstruct the investigation, was not lenient. Rumors of potential criminal charges for felony child endangerment began to circulate. Her life, as she knew it, was in ruins. Her reputation, meticulously crafted, was destroyed. She had lost her son. The karma she'd so carelessly invited had arrived with a vengeance. The family was fractured, perhaps irreparably. Mom was devastated. The shock of Eva's deceit, coupled with her own guilt for doubting me, for not seeing the truth sooner, left her heartbroken. Our conversations were strained, filled with her tearful apologies and my own weary attempts at reassurance. I wanted to believe my daughter, she'd wept. I didn't want to see. I know, Mom, I'd said. And I did, in a way. But the wound was deep. Time, perhaps, would mend it. Or perhaps not. Dad, on the other hand, was a pillar of quiet support. He called regularly, asking about Caden, offering to help in any way he could. His decisive action at Eva's house had been a turning point, and a strange sort of bond had formed between us, forged in the crucible of that awful day. He never explicitly said he was proud of me, but his unwavering backing spoke volumes. Jared remained my constant. He helped with Caden, celebrated every small milestone, and held me when the weight of it all felt too heavy. "You saved him, Ainsley," he'd say, and in those moments, I almost believed him. There was a grim satisfaction in knowing Eva was facing consequences. The revenge I'd craved, that burning need for justice, had been served. She was paying for her cruelty, her selfishness, her profound neglect. Caden was safe, and that was the ultimate victory. Yet, sometimes, in the quiet of the evening after Caden was asleep, a hollowness would echo within me. The family I knew was gone. The sister I once had, or thought I had, was a stranger, a monster of her own making. The emotional toll on everyone, especially Caden, who would carry the physical and emotional marks of his mother's actions for a long time, was immense. Revenge, I realized, wasn't a sweet, clean triumph. It was messy, complicated, and left its own scars. One evening, a few weeks after the CPS intervention, I sat by Caden's bed, watching him sleep. He was tucked in with his worn teddy bear, his breathing even and peaceful. The shadows under his eyes had faded, and his cheeks had a healthy, rosy glow. He looked content. A small smile touched my lips. This was the real reward. Not Ava's downfall, not the vindication, but this small boy, finally safe, finally on the path to healing. I knew the fight for his future was just beginning. There would be more doctor's appointments, more therapy, more challenges as he grew and came to understand his early life. But the fight against Eva, that was won. She had inflicted this karma upon herself through her choices, her deceptions, her cruelty. I had simply been the instrument that ensured it was delivered. I had done the right thing, the hard thing, and in the peaceful rhythm of Caden's breathing, I found my own measure of peace. He was here, he was safe, and that was everything.